So we're going to start from zero to a complete application deployed on a real web server, and we're going to take the following steps. The first, number one, is the idea for the application. I have an idea for an application, but right now I haven't really done any thinking about it, and I'm going to document everything here as we go, right? Once I define with you the idea for the application, I'm going to draw on the whiteboard the main screens of the app. So we're going to define how the app looks, which is essential to me. While I'm creating the application, I need to see how it looks. So we're going to first create some screens here on the whiteboard. Then we'll transition those screens into a mockup application, which will be Balsamic Mockups, which is a great application to create mockups. So once we have our screens defined, we are going to make a first draft of the data the application will manage, right? We're going to create a little schema of our application data. Using this data, we are going to create a dummy GraphQL server. I'm going to explain you everything about GraphQL first, and then we will define our backend. Once we are done with that, I'm going to create a React application that uses this dummy data. So by dummy data, I mean I'm going to serve a predefined set of data for this application to be used and to render our initial screens which we define in the mockups. So in the process, we are going to design the application while we are building it. So we design in React. Let me tell you that I am no designer. I just have a very low level graphics or design sense, but we are going to be happy with it. But this is not a design course, so we'll make that sound okay. So once we have the React application displaying the dummy data, we are ready to create a real backend. So we are going to create a GraphQL server backed by Postgres, a relational database. We're going to iterate on the application then, because we are not just going to display data in the app, we are also going to allow the user to insert data. So we are going to iterate between the front end and the back end to add everything our apps needs to be doing, right? And of course, in the process, we are going to have testing upon all layers. And in the end, we are going to polish the application and make it really production ready. And we are also going to deploy it on a real web server. So this is going to be a project really interesting. We will have authentication, we'll have file uploads. It will be very interesting. So let's jump in the next video with the idea. The app we are going to build is a diary application. So, you do something in your day, and when you get home, you want to log this activity. For example, you go cycling, then you add this cycling activity to your calendar, to your diary, and you add a picture, and at the end of the year, for example, you can count how many times you went cycling, or you go on a very beautiful trip, and I tend to forget everything I do, so adding an item to my diary when I go hiking, for example, will make me remember this hike activity in the future. It's kind of fun to have this application for yourself, for your use. But even if you don't find this useful, you can just use this as an excuse to learn the tech that we're going to use. But let's start from the beginning and define what this application will do, right? So let's define the terms first. We're going to have entries into our diary. Each entry will have some text, might have images, and it might also just be an image rather than text and images. I might log an image without saying anything. We want to have geolocation, so whenever we log some activity, you will know where this activity happened. We're going to use a map, but we're also going to use the geolocation functionality on the mobile device, because this application will run everywhere, like desktop, mobile, everywhere. We will have a list of entries. Anytime we enter something in the diary, this is going to be put in a list. We can easily watch and scroll, and when we are at the restaurant with our friends, we can show off the picture we took in that nice trip. So even if, for example, months passed by and you can't find the pictures in your camera roll, but you can always get back to your diary app and it's nicely organized, and you can find everything you did in there. But I'm talking about trips, of course, but you might log anything, like your yoga sessions, you might log every time you walk the dog, anything you want. So another concept very important here is a calendar. So we need to organize our list in a calendar too. We want to make sure that we can see the entries in chronological order and go back months, years. We need to figure out how these things will work. We need to figure out how this thing will work. So let's start from a blank slate here. So we are going to have a list here. Let's make a simple split view here. You know this from your iPad, for example. It's a pretty common way to organize an application. So we have a list of activities here. One activity, second activity, third activity, and when we select one activity, the details show up here in the details. So we can say that this is the list of the activities. We have a scroll bar here that allows us to see every activity while keeping this part of the view fixed. So this will be very, very app-like, even in the browser. Say we went to the beach on May 25. And so I say went to the beach. This is the title we added into our entry. So once we select this entry, we are going to see this in a very bigger, more detailed view here. So we can have our title here, went to the beach. I'm going to put the day here in a more like big way. 25 May. And right here we are going to add some text into here, because we are going to let the people describe their activity. And you might also add any pictures here, big pictures, people having fun. Here is the big picture, and so this is a very basic view, but things start to be more clear now, right? So this will be a multi-user application. It's not going to be an app you install on your iPhone or iPad. It's going to be a web service, so you need a login process too. So when a person enters the website, they're going to see like some kind of landing page, and we're going to keep this very minimal because it's not a landing page course. So I'm going to say, well, we'll give it a name very soon. So I'm going to keep this unnamed now, but we're going to have like the name here or logo, and then so we will have like a login button and a register button. And clicking one of those will open up a form. For example, login form is going to be like a model that has a email and password fields and a button to log in. Registration is a different workflow because we are going to need like the username, the user password. We are going to verify the password 2 times. Then the registration process will send an email to the user, and they need to confirm their email address before they can log in. So this will be something we are going to look at in the course. Another important view is we want to enter these activities, right? So we might have some button here or some button below. For example, we can have a plus button here. I still don't know the exact design, but we're going to iterate on this. And when we click this button here, we are going to have, for example, a modal view appearing here, or we are going to like enter a new activity here, and we are going to see a form in this part. For example, when we click this, button, we are going to see a new activity here with the current day. For example, now it's June 2nd, and this is new activity. And in this part we will have like a similar thing to here, but this will be editable. So we have like an input field here with the text new activity pre-filled. Then we are going to see like the date here, which will be editable. When we click this, we will see, the calendar chooser with the day, the date, and so on. You can choose when this activity happened, and inside here we will have a big editor where we can also drag and drop pictures into here, and they will be uploaded to our service. We can enter text formatted, like we can have an actual editor with the buttons here, the bold, italic, underlined, and so on. I want to keep the formatting very clean, so we are not going to add a rich text editor, but the basic formattings will be there. Links we can add, and so on. So we also mentioned geolocation before, and this is something that we have not yet thought about. So we can have, for example, something here at the beginning of the note of the activity, or just below the title. We can have like the name of the place we went to, and for example, we can say, we can say the name of the beach at White Beach, and then in the editing phase we can actually go and click this place and then enter a new place, right? We can have a little map appearing. So this, I think that we can have a much clearer UI once we go into the mockups phase, but let me try to replicate this. We have a new activity input field. So this is the form that adds a new activity or edit one too. So new activity. Then we're going to see the day here. We can have, when we are editing, we can have a little map just here that says where this activity took place. And below we can have the geolocated location, for example, White Beach, and like clicking the map might open a bigger map here on a model where we can drag the pin, or we can enter a new location and the pin will move there. So this will be one very important part of the application, and I think that one that is going to take a little while to build. And of course here we will have all the text editor thing. Okay, so this was this. So there is a lot more to define that we haven't talked about, but I think that we started from zero and we already reached the point where we have like quite a few things already defined. And during the process of building the application that we just defined here, we're going to change this because iteration is key, especially when you're starting from just an idea or something you want to build. You start with something. You need to start with something, because if you don't start and you continue to create the perfect project, you're going to figure out the perfect way to do something. It's not going to work. You need to start doing something. We're going to move everything into Balsamiq mockups, which is a great application to create mockups. We will define things in a bit more details, but still we are going to keep the layout very raw. We are not going to make the full UI of the application, not yet. Hey, in this video I will explain and organize all the concepts we introduced in the first two videos. So this is an application which is called MindNode. It's a very cool application that works on my Mac, and I'm sure there is a similar application for Windows or Linux too. The first thing we are going to do is we're going to create a list of key concepts. If you remember from the previous video, we defined a list of concepts. One is the entries, another one is the list of entries. I think I'm going to change the naming to activity. So the first concept I will introduce here is the activity. Every activity has a date when this activity happened, has a location where the activity happened, it has a description and a title, and it has one or more pictures. All these things are optional except for the date, I think, because We can have an activity which is just like pictures, or even just one picture which you add from your phone. We will have a list of activities too, which is a list ordered in reverse chronological order, like a blog. So it will be blog-like, so the last is shown first. In the list, we will have the ability to add a new activity. So the third big concept we need to talk about is the users. So the user. The application is a single user, and I think that as soon as someone goes to the URL of our application, they will be able to enter a new activity. Like they maybe enter they are not even required to enter their name for probably, or email. We can even just say enter your activity and we will store it in the browser storage. So the user can use the app immediately. So the user can they can use the app immediately, which will like improve the chances of the app being becoming a habit, or even improving the chance that the user even tries the application. Because I don't know about you, but if I see that I have to create an account on a website before I can see or use it, there's a big chance that I will just close the tab and move away, do something else. So the user can log in later on and create an account. So can create an account and log in. So once the user creates an account, the activities stored in the browser memory will be synced to the cloud, basically. We will have a service that runs on the web server that stores the user's activities and links them to the user email, password, so the user account. I think that this will make it easier to create an offline first application, because it will build from the start as an app that can run without a server. So let's add this concept here, which is offline first. So even if the user is offline, we want to be able to add new activities, see the activities entered, for example, up to some number we decide. For example, I can always have all the last 6 months activities in memory, in the cache, and then the older one will be available on the server. This is to prevent the in-browser memory to be too large, but we will see what will be the usage of the application. So we will allow the pictures also to be uploaded, and then they will be synced to the server. We will see how to do that. When we detect the online status, we sync everything. So the only thing I already imagine it will not work while offline is the map, showing the map and the geolocation feature. So we can, for example, allow the person to enter, to choose from a location that was entered previously. This is something we can do. Or we can let the person enter a name for the location, and then when we go back online, we can prompt the user to fill the accurate location, so we can display the pin on the map. This is a web application, but I'm always referring to this as an app, and so I want this to be an app like web app. So we will have the option to let the user install the app thanks to the progressive web apps technology. And always thanks to PWA, we can use notifications. Say the user did not add any new activity in the past 7 days, we can add a little notification like, hey, tell us what happened, right? We will find out good ways to use notifications. So going up here in the activity, when we define an activity, we will enter like a date, and so we will need to have a calendar. For the location, we will need to have a map and geolocation features like the how to let the person enter the name of a town, for example, and then we need to figure out the coordinates for that place. So in the description we will need to have an editor and like basic formatting, handling links. For picture we will need to handle uploads and uploads when offline. We will need to store them somewhere cheap, which I think an S3 storage from Amazon will be like the perfect solution, but I will try to search for other places too. So this is already quite a big list of things we need to care about, and yeah, I'm going to create a new list here for the tech which I want to use in this project, because since this is a web project, we are going to use, of course, HTML and CSS. And in particular for CSS, I'm going to use Tailwind, which is a pretty cool framework which allows us to work with CSS by adding classes into the HTML. So it's a very visual approach to CSS, I think. Then, of course, we are going to use JavaScript. We will use plain JavaScript and not TypeScript or Flow, for example. In the front end, we are going to use React. I think we are going to use React Router to work with the URLs. We are going to use GraphQL to handle the client server communication, and Apollo will be our library of choice. So Apollo makes it very, very easy to work both in the client side and in the server side with GraphQL. So on the server, we are going to use node.js and most probably Express. Then we will use Postgres as our database. Client side, I think that we will use IndexedDB in the browser to store the activities and pictures, but I still need to figure out if storing pictures inside IndexedDB is going to be a good thing because of their size. We will need to do some research there, figure out if there is another way. And finally, on the client side, we're going to use the PWA technologies, for example, service workers, which is an amazing technology to enable offline web applications. We will use the push API and notifications API to create push notifications. We will use the cache API to store the pages of the application in the browser. We will use many more libraries. For example, we will need to use some library for the map and geolocation. I think that Leaflet is a good one, but I still need to decide. For example, we will also use a lot of animations in the project, and something like React Spring is going to be a nice one. And yeah, also for IndexedDB, I'm going to use IDB, which is a very nice library that allows us to use a promise-based API to interact with IndexedDB. So we are going to use a lot of utility libraries on top of those base technologies. So I think that it's all for this video today, and I'll see you in the next video. In today's video, we are going to use balsamic mockups to create a digital representation of our user interface, or at least what I envision to be the user interface of the app. So this is Balsamic Mockups, a very cool application to create mockups. A mockup is a draft of the user interface. It's not a high fidelity version of the app UI. It kind of sits in the middle between scratches on the paper and the final UI. And this is I find this application very, very cool because it provides you with these buttons and field sets and icons and text. You can see that it's not very refined, and it's on purpose. Like you can see these UI controls here. We have other things like the alert here, calendar. So we have predefined UI controls which we can use in our application without thinking too much about the exact pixel perfect UI. So you can find this on the balsamic.com website. Here you can see this button, download desktop app. They have an application for every platform. You can also use the online version with Balsamic Cloud. So we can start our mockup. I can remove everything here. And as you can see, let me describe briefly this application. We have the list of controls here. We can filter them by type. And here we can have multiple mockups. As we go on with the application, I'm going to create more mockups than the ones we are going to define today, because we will always need to revisit some concept or add new screens into the application. Like today, I'm going to just draw the ones I already defined on paper. If you remember, I draw this screen, which is the main one. Then I also drew this one, which is the edit activity screen. I'm going to draw both of them today and some more. So let's start with here I clicked containers, and I can use browser. I create a big window here. Then I'm going to add a rectangle, which is our sidebar. Alright, I'm going to create a smaller rectangle here to have the list of activities. Okay, as you can see, Balsamic helps us stacking all those rectangles. I just pressed Command D to duplicate, and we have a nice list here. And I'm going to have one last rectangle here below, which I will use to create the first button here. We have a circle button which has a plus sign. We can change the sign here. As you can see, we can add any kind of icon from the icon library. And yeah, so we can make it bigger. Alright, so this is the button we will use to create a new activity. So when we start the application, we will probably have a form here. I'm going to make I'm going to search for the text input. We will probably have a new activity, and let me make this bigger. This will be the activity title. For example, we can have like I went to the beach or trip on the mountain, something like that. We will have this placeholder. Okay, then we will have a text area here where we write some text. Yeah, let me just add some text here. As you can see, yeah, we have this nice block of text which we can use. We will have a map here, street map. So this is where the activity took place. So we can enter, for example, we can have like a pin on the map. Let me see if we have map pin. Perfect. We have this icon here, and at the bottom of the map we can have like an input field that holds the location. For example, I can say, I don't know, nice beach somewhere. And as we move the marker on the map, this location updates, but we can also update the location directly. So if we type something here, we are going to find a known place on the map and the pin will move there. So we can either move the pin or we can type the location directly. And maybe if we are on a mobile device, we are going to see this pre-filled with the location from the device. All right, on the right here, we are going to have like a very big text with the day. For example, today is 7 and 7 June. Okay, we can make this even bigger. Yeah, we can make it like this. 7 June 2019. All right, and so here below I'm going to have like an image. We can have a set of images we can upload next to the activity. This can be also pictures of people. So I'm still undecided. Maybe the picture should go inside the text, along with the text probably. I think so. Probably the picture should go here. Yeah. We will have controls for the editor, like let me see if we have bold. We can have like italic. We can have a link. So as we type the values here, I'm also going to, for example, add those values into the list. So this can be like this. We can have the text here, a new activity, and as we edit the text on the right, we're going to see the text also copied over to the left. All right. I think that we can make the editor a little bit smaller here and have the images on the right. This is probably the best solution. We can also experiment while we are building the application, right? Okay, so as we have more activities, we are going to have this content appearing everywhere. So those, of course, will be separate activities. And yeah, so this is the form view. Like this is all editable content. Also, this is editable, and we will have like a calendar. When we click, for example, the date, we will have the calendar appear, and the user can choose the date. We will probably have only the date, not the time, because I think that for the higher application, the time is not really relevant, but I might add the time too if you find. So if you think the time is important, just write a comment and I will make sure to address this in the next video, the next iteration. So this is the form that allows us to add a new activity or also edit an activity that already exists. For example, we might go and edit an activity we added 1 year ago, but we must do this like consciously. We can't like just scroll in the past and edit activities by, right? I type something by error and all the text in the activity is gone. This is not possible, right? We must add an edit button somewhere in the page. So let me create a little draft of this. I just copied the entire view using Command D, the keyboard shortcut. I will just add some text here instead. So a new activity. Okay, so the map is here, and instead of this I'm going to use another text field with a smaller size. All right, this is not an editor anymore, and we can remove the controls. We just have the text and the pictures on the side. Cool. And then we will have an edit button somewhere. I think that here is a good place for the button. Or yeah, maybe here. We will find the pixel perfect layout later on. Well, maybe the activity will have like a different background here. This one too. When we are going to open the application like for the first time even, I don't want to require like a user login and registration right when they see the website. I don't really like the concept because, you know, if you go to a website and you see a registration form, I'm not like tempted to log in because I already registered to thousands of websites already in the past, and so I want to offer the users a way to try the application without having to register. So we will save all the activities they add in the local storage first, and then they will have the ability to log in later on. Maybe we will send them a push notification or something. Like if they really like the application, then they keep using it. You know, we can say, hey, you'd better register because we can save the data on our servers and you don't lose it. We can have like an image of what there is inside. Like we can have a screenshot of like this screen, and then we can have a big button here that says start now, something like that. Something like that, start now. We can have a little description of the application here, like some text that says this is the best application for you now, and here is why you should try it now. There is no registration required, so why not try it? I want this to be very, very simple. So I'm pretty happy with what we have here, and in the next video I will start from here and we will define the perfect mobile experience for this application, right? We can't put this in a smartphone and expect this to work. We really need to think about a mobile first experience. So see you in the next video with the mobile mockups. Hi! In today's video I want to make the mobile version of the mockups. So here is the desktop version of the mockup we made in the previous video. And what I want to do is I want to transition those into a mobile friendly view. So this is the screen that will be shown in the smartphone. Since our application is a web app, it can be used from a desktop computer, from a tablet like an iPad, or from a smartphone. So we will have the activities view here. So we will have like the date here, and on the left we are going to have the activity name. So when we click this activity, we will change the view and we will show a new one. Maybe we can see if we can also fit the pictures in here. Maybe here below. So like if there are pictures, they at the beach. So if there are pictures, we can maybe show them like this. And then we can have the other activities here. So we will have a button here that says I add a new activity. Now, when we tap one of the activities, we will see the detailed view. Like on the desktop, on the left we have the form to enter new activity, and on the right we have the activity view. In the activity view here, I'm going to say like, let's say it's a mountain trip, and it's done on the 6th June. Here we can have the map with the pin, like a red pin, something. Then we can have like the description, if there is any description. Then we have the pictures here. We will also need to have like a bar on the top here, which I forgot to add, which just says like go back to the list. Then we can have an edit button here. By clicking the plus button, we will directly go into edit mode for a new activity. The view will be similar, but all the elements are like active. We can change them. We can also add new pictures. All right, so I think I can make a mockup for this. I'm going to switch into balsamic. I'm going to reuse a lot of this. Yeah, I'm going to create a new mockup which I call mobile. I'm pasting this, but we are going to use like an iPhone view. So everything here on the right, I'm copying the activities into the smartphone view, and I need to move them. Okay, cool. All right. I think I can remove those and just duplicate this using Command D. Okay. So, and at the bottom of everything, we are going to have like a circle button here that allows us to open the new activity panel here. So, yeah. Let's make this white. Then I create a new view here that appears when I select an activity. So say, and I'm going to pick everything we have here. Just copy everything. All right, I'm going to make everything smaller to fit in this view. The map, the text will be smaller. Okay, we can have, for example, we can have the date here below. Something like this. Then, yeah, then we have the text. And below here, we can have the pictures, the images. Here on top we will have the edit button, and we will also have like a button to go back to the previous view, to the list view, which is like this. So when we have like the new activity panel, let's change this to mountain trip to avoid confusion. So here, when we have a new activity, we will have an empty text area which we can click into and add some text. We will have like a button to add new images. This will have the current day and the current time too. Yeah, one thing that I realized after making the previous video, and someone wrote me a comment and said that the hour is also important, and I agree. So you can say, I don't know, like 8 p.m., something like this. All right, so this will be the current date and time at the time where when we add the activity, and then we will have like a save button here. I think that we are good for the mobile mockup. At least we have some place to start with. I don't want to make like super detailed pixel perfect visualization of what the app would become, but we need to have something to start with. Everyone has their own workflow or favorite method of working to get to a working app. My kind of favorite method is to have something like this, which represents the visual output of the application, but I will design inside the app as I go along, and I will also go back to the drawing board to make more mockups or like more sketches of what I want to do as we go. The next thing I want to do is the user onboarding screens, which will come in a separate video. So now that we have the mobile mockup in place, I want to go back to the desktop mockups here. As you can see, we have our application landing page. And how do we get from this screen to to getting the user to use our application? We need to have a way. For example, we have the start button here. Yeah, when the user presses the start button, what I want to do is I want to immediately get them to this screen up here, but they will probably be scared because like they don't know what this application is and how to work with it. So we need to have some like screen that explains them how to use it. So I think that the first view that the user sees is not this, it's a different one. So we can have like a unique screen that only appears the first time, which can be like, let me copy paste this. We can remove everything here on the left since we have 0 activities at the moment, and the button too, because we want the user to just perform a single action. Think like this as a squeeze page. You know, squeeze pages are the pages you see on the internet where you can do anything else than like filling a form or pressing a button. Those are pages that are built explicitly to give like the least available options to the user to perform one single action. And we want the person to perform one single action now, which is adding the first activity. We want them to be hooked into the app. Rather than having all this information to complete, we can have one thing at a time. So we can like, let me copy this. Let me copy everything here below or here to the side. We can have like, we can remove everything and we can just say, what? Enter a title for something you did. And the user can like enter, I went on the mountain. Then we will have like a button, which is next. Okay, we can have like, let me make this smaller so we can have more of these on the same screen here. Okay, so the next thing is when did you do it? Or like where this happened? And we will have like the map with the place and the pin too. Let me make this okay. So the person can pin the activity to the exact place where it happened. This is not English, right? Where did this happen? Probably. Okay, and then we will have like the third screen, which is like the when. When did this happen? And we can have like our calendar here, which is pre-filled with the current date, current time, and okay, then we will have like the time. Something like this. We will have the time picker. Okay, when the person clicks next again, I think that we can show. Maybe we have too many screens already. Maybe we can consolidate everything into a single screen. Like this. So yeah, I think that we can also have the editor down below and the images. So instead of having multiple screens, I'm now thinking that we can have one single screen that makes it like super fast to enter an activity. So like images here, you can have the editor. Yeah, and then a button to add some images, or like drag and drop pictures here. And we can say save the activity. I think that we are going to use this screen, which I like, for when we click the plus button to enter a new activity. The edit activity view will be different because like we already have the information, we just need to tweak something or remove an image, add a new one. So it will be a different use case, but the time you add a new activity, I think that this form is pretty cool. And we will use something similar for the mobile app too. So there is nothing like, we don't have to like change the layout because we don't have the sidebar, we don't have anything. We can just make the text like smaller in width and everything should work out perfectly. Yeah, I think that this will also change while we are working on the code and we like play around with it in the browser when we have done it for the first time, the first iteration, and we will change everything and maybe we can try different things. In my opinion, iterations are like essential, especially in terms of UI and user experience, because while we can think about something at this stage, when we are using it, it's completely different. Yeah, and I think that when we have something to work with. It will also be easier to reason about when we need to craft the perfect experience for the users. So I think that what we have here is like pretty enough, and I didn't spend a lot of time like refining the tiny details, but I want to first have something I can play with. Otherwise, I can't imagine like crafting the perfect experience on paper like this on mockup, and then like it's difficult for me to to go into more details at this stage because like I'm a developer, you know, and I'm sure that like people with different backgrounds, like design background or like a more process focused background, will say, "Oh, you can like start coding now." But everyone is different, and like this is my perspective on the subject. So I think that in the next video I will brainstorm on the application name, and we can start like getting a domain name for the app. Yeah, and maybe we can also work on some logo stuff or so. So stay tuned. Welcome back. So half an hour passed by, and so Yagan Ganti told me diary.lol is available for 39. And I say, wow, that's amazing. And then I went on and looked on I think name.com, and I found this at like 15 bucks, which is even better than 39. So then I tweeted out like, what about diary.lol? And like Dinesh like told me that he would buy 10.lol subdomains. So and then also Karan told me buy it as soon as possible, and I like that because I'm just doing it for fun, like, so diary.lol is good. And then I made another poll, and it seems like diary.lol is the one that people like the most. I had just 15 votes, but you know, in half an hour, that's what I got. So George tells me my diary.dev. Yeah, it does not say like whoa to me, like diary.lol. Um, you can register that if you want. So while I was doing this, I waited to start again the recording. I was like, okay, diary.lol, I can make a good, I can make like a good logo for this. After all, I just need to find a face that smiles, and I figured like, I remember one site that had like emojis which were free for commercial and free and non-commercial use, and it was called Emoji One. It seems like now they changed their name to joypixels.com, and I found this space which is like free for personal commercial use. Oh, actually, it's not free. It can be used. Free personal use, student and teacher as well. I think that I'm a teacher, huh? Right? I'm not selling this software, so this is not commercial use. I'm making this sample application. So I picked this, and like I was looking at this page because I searched on, I think I searched on Google for logo generator, something like that, and I stumbled on this Shopify page, which is made by Shopify to help their shop owners and to create a nice logo. And I said like diary.lol, and I choose a category which was something like entertainment, and they gave me those nice logos. Were very nice, and like I said, okay, I can come up with something now. I can come up with something, and so I opened Figma, and I came up with these free logos, which they are all kind of fun, right? Maybe I need to choose one, or maybe I can just use all those free together. This text here is number one, number two, and number three. Okay, I'm going to make a screenshot here, and then I will tweet like, let me see, to tweet. Okay, I need to make a separate tweet for the poll. Which one? Number one, number two, and number three. So the poll is like 1 hour long. Experimenting with the logo. Okay, so this is very funny to make for me. Okay, let's wait to see if someone like adds an answer. Yeah, I agree. I agree. XYZ is not really one domain which you want to click. I don't know why. So I got 1 vote for number 2, I think. Oh, actually 3 votes for number 2. Pretty cool. So I made these logos myself, of course. Just picked a random font, which happens to be Fresca. Totally random. And then it had like this variation of the lines here. You can see that the line here is bigger at the end than at the beginning, also for these other words, and the dot is a little bit strange, so it's all pretty weird, which is fun. This also gives me ideas for the user interface for the diary app, because the diary application is something you use for fun, right? It's not a business application, a CRM, or I don't know, spreadsheet. It must be fun to use. So I think that this goes a lot into that direction, and it makes a nice brand for the application. In Balsamic Mockups, I defined landing page example here in the desktop mockups. I had this. I had to reboot my computer the other day, and I think that it didn't save the mockups I made. So, but I got it recorded in the last video. So yeah, it was this morning actually. This morning. So yeah. Okay, this is the thing I want to do here. I'm going to paste this in here, and what I want to do is I want to replicate this inside like a simple. I'm just trying to replicate the. I'm just trying to replicate the application I will probably build. So this must go below everything. Okay. So diary.lol. Then I will have like the screenshot of the application, which might be this thing here at the moment. And then I will have a button like this, which will be like, I need to figure out like a proper color scheme for the application, but let me just use this, and then we will. This is my dog. Okay, so we have this, and I can say like start. Oh, this is the same font. Still making sounds. Okay. I can say white. Ah, this looks very fun to me. Like a fun interface. Yes. I don't really know if this is a font I can use. I need to figure out this licensing thing, but I think that for like free and educational use, it can use whatever I want, right? And then like we are going to have some text here, which is still made with this font. I'm going to say log your daily activities in this fun to use application, fun to use app, something like that. I think that we have like text too big and too many P's. Okay, I'm going to tweak this like call to action later on, but it looks like a nice landing page. I don't know. Well, let me go back to Twitter. Okay, the vast majority of people, we now have 29 votes. Almost all say number 2, which is fine because that's what I already went with, and this confirms my intuition. Let me see if we have. The other poll I made was this one. Okay, diary.lol is still the one that people like the most, with something like 12, 13 votes, I think. We did what we wanted to do in this video, so I chose the name of the application, which is diary.lol. The name is also the domain. I got both, and I have this nice logo, and I also have like a landing page design, which is something I didn't want to do, but we did it. And yeah, so let me just register the domain before someone else does. I don't really think anyone will register the domain, really, but I found out that the same domain is available like for $15 on name.com and for like $17 on Netlify. I like Netlify more than using name.com, so I think that the cost is not going to make a difference, so I'm going to purchase diary.lol from Netlify. Register domain now for $16.99. Okay, cool. Diary.lol is going to be perfect domain. Diary. Now I'm going to show you how bad I am at drawing. Like really bad. I think that we are going to switch to coding in the next video. We did it. Finally, the preparation is done. We have everything we need, and yeah, see you in the next video. Hey, so yesterday we defined the app name, the app domain, and I created a logo for the application. And so this morning I made merchandising. This is just a little dumb thing I did. We also have like this nice thing. Something like that. Okay, and we are ready to start today with the code. So I already mentioned the technology I want to use in this project. We could use really all sorts of things both in the front end and in the back end. We have a wide range of choices, and the technology I want to use in this project is React, GraphQL, node.js, of course. We are going to start with React today with a brand new Create React App application. So let's start. So here is my terminal. I use the fish shell. So let me make a little digression here. I'm using the fish shell, which you can find on this website, fishshell.com. And this website is a prank. It's a joke. They say like, watch out, Netscape Navigator, glorious VCA color. For those lucky few with the graphical computer, I really enjoy this kind of humor. I don't know, I'm strange, help me. Okay, we close this digression. The fish shell is very nice because they have auto-completion, and it really comes with a lot of defaults that you don't have to configure, and it's much nicer than Bash. What I want to do is I want to create a new create React app instance. So I'm going to my dev. So dev is just a folder I use for my projects. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder called, guess what? diary.lol. Alright, so I can now move into that folder. Okay, so we have this diary.lol folder, and what I'm going to do here is this folder is empty now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new React application using create React app. And to do that, I'm going to use npx create React app, and I'm going to create this in a new folder which I call frontend. Yeah, so I already imagine the project will be based on a static React application. We will generate a set of HTML, JavaScript, and CSS files that will be pushed probably on Netlify. It will be a static application, and we will have an API server listening somewhere, maybe on Heroku, maybe on Glitch, maybe on another service. I don't know yet. We will see. The two will be linked using Apollo GraphQL. Let's now just focus on the front end, the React application. So I'm going to press enter. So npx is a command that ships with Node. Well, it downloads the create React app package from the npm repository and immediately executes the command. So previously, like before npx existed, we would like have said like npm install create React app global installation. So then we would have like executed the create React app command locally, and like this is inconvenient because you need to update sometimes this global command and you always forget about that, right? So the npx command downloads the latest version, stable version of the command, and it really helps keeping things up to date. So create React app tells us that we can use the npm start command to start the development server, the npm run build to create a bundle for the application, which will be used later on to ship to production. We can use the npm test to execute the tests, which, by the way, we will have a lot of tests at the end of the project. We can eject the create React app application, which is something we are not going to do now because we are going to use the defaults of create React app, which make things much simpler. So yeah, we can do what create React app suggests. So we cd into frontend. So we can already see that we are on a Git repository. And if we say like git status, git log, we can see that we already have like a commit message already. One thing we can do now is npm start. So npm start launches the browser, the default browser on port 3000, which is the port, of course, used by the application. And we can see that we already have a React application working, which is pretty cool, right? So we can see the application here, and if we access this IP here, we can also see this application on additional devices on the network. For example, here I opened this same application on the iPad. You can use your phone, whatever, right? If this helps you in some way. The React application here has basically taken control of the whole terminal. We can enter anything, like we can enter something, but we can't like execute anything. The shell is not responding to this command, so we can't like do anything here. And what you can do, you can press Ctrl Z, and as you can see here, the shell says job 1 npm start has stopped. We can now type any command. What I want to do here is start VS Code on this folder. Okay, VS Code has started. So as you can see now, the application is not responding anymore because the server stopped. So what we can do here is we can just type FG, which means foreground. Okay, so job 1 npm start to foreground, and as you can see, the application has immediately loaded again. So the port is still working, the server is still working, but it does not respond. So let me try this again. Ctrl Z, and I try here. As you can see, the spinner is going, nothing is returning, and I say just foreground, and it works. Another thing you can do here is you can say like background, and the project is working in the background. So it's not taking the whole shell here, but like to then like stop it, you need to like call foreground again, and then we can press Ctrl C to stop it. This is just some random Unix shell thing. Okay, we can go back and say npm start again. So here is our React application, which is the thing that is working here, right? So like one very simple way to figure out where like this text is entered, I can just search on the project. So this gives us this app.js file. So I'm moving with the keyboard shortcuts in VS Code, in the editor. So before I pressed Command Shift F to search something, and you have the search here now. And to go back to the files view, I press Command Shift E. Okay, so Create React App provides us hot code reloading, which means that we can like enter something here like hello world, a proper hello world with a comma. So I save, and this automatically reloads. I didn't reload it manually. It automatically reloads for us, which is pretty cool. So I can remove the link. Yeah, you got the gist of it. This is the app.js file, which is the app component of the application. This component is like the only component of the application at the moment. And as you can see, this is loaded by the index.js file into it's rendered into the DOM by the index.js file. So this is the starting point that we are going to use from now on. And like I will end today's video with this. If you already know about React and Create React App, I'm sure that this video was boring as hell, but if you don't, and if you're new to that, you already have a lot of things to like reason about. And I also recommend you to check out my React handbook, which you can find on my website, and which is also linked here below in the description. And I have a post on the blog about this Create React App. I will not be making an introduction to React in this course, but I will just focus on the practical side of things. So that's it for today, and see you tomorrow. In today's video number 9, we are going to start coding the onboarding process for the application. So in the last video we like set up the create React app application, and now we are ready to start. But first I want to clarify something. In the previous video I mentioned npx when installing the application, and I want to say that npx is a command that is shipped with the Node installation since Node 5.2.0, which was published 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, in July 2017. So like if you have a reasonably recent version of Node, you have that command already installed. And if you don't, like if you have an old Node version, I really recommend you to update at least to Node 10. You most likely want to use the latest available, which is 12 now, but the latest stable version is 10, which is amazing. It's great. Use that. Don't use an old version of Node. There is no reason for that. Take the time to like update if you need, then you're set. So here we have the React application in VS Code. Well, first, since I'm like starting from the beginning, I already mentioned VS Code yesterday, but Visual Studio Code is like this amazing editor from Microsoft. Go to this website, code.visualstudio.com, and download the application for your platform. Make sure you don't confuse this with Visual Studio, which can be used for developing on the Microsoft like platform operating systems. We are using Visual Studio Code, which is a lightweight version of Visual Studio, and it's especially like tailored for web development. It's very, very good. Okay, so with that premise, I can now open the terminal and we're going to say npm start, which automatically starts the React application on port 3000. Alright, so I mentioned I want to like start with the onboarding process. So if you remember, like I'm going to create the first page for the application, which if you remember from the last few lessons is this one. I just want to start from zero, from the start button here. So I'm going to like replicate this exact thing. So this is we can export this thing here as an SVG from Figma, and then I will create the rest of the layouts. Like this is an image which we are going to, right now we are going to use this, but then we will make a nice screenshot, and then I will use this font here, Fresca, which is a Google font. So I searched this before. It's available on Google Fonts, so we can actually include this in our web page. So, but first let's do this. I'm going to export this to an SVG. I'm going to call this logo public. Okay. Also this one I'm going to export as a PNG. Here I'm going to call this screenshot, and okay. So let me download the Google font. I just searched Fresca on Google and it gave me this Fresca font. And it gave me the Google Fonts page in the first result, so which sent me to this page. I click select this font. Alright, one family is selected here, and then they here they tell me the load time is fast, so it's a quick font, and I just add this to the web page. So let me go here in the, so I'm going into Oh, actually, I'm going to use the import syntax. So in the here in the CSS, we use that, and then I say I like the app. I can say body here, font family Fresca, right? So as you can see, in the application here, we are already using this font. To make, like, to be sure, I open the inspector. Okay, we can see from the computed panel here that the font family is Fresca. So now rendered fonts is Fresca. All right, here. This panel might not appear if you zoom too much. I don't know where that is. But if you zoom out, you can see the computed panel here. Okay. So let me close this and I go back to the app component. Okay, here I just say the source is yeah, I'm going to move the image from. Okay, I'm going to reference the image, which is public image logo svg. So I save the images in public, but actually I need to move them to the source folder. Otherwise I can't reference them in the React application. So I say image logo.svg. Perfect. So the logo is spinning now because of a CSS rule. This one, I'm going to remove that. All right. I'm also making the background white. Cool. Then I'm going to create a div here, and inside this div we are going to have two things. One on the left side, so I'm going to have a div class left, another one class right, and in the left one I'm going to include a screenshot. I'm going to load the screenshot from here, screenshot.png, and I'm going on the right. I'm going to write this text I had, which was here, log your daily activity in this fancy use app, and then I'm going to create a button with the start text. So let me see how this is rendered. Okay, where's the text? Okay, the text is white. I need to change that. Okay, it's here. I'm going to make it black for now. Okay. So the I can remove this animation related code. Next, I am going to make the so let's use CSS grid to format this page. So you can reference my CSS grid tutorial here on this page. So wait, I'm done because I used class here. Okay, we need to use class name in React. Right. I always forget when I switch from HTML to React, but to JSX. So here I'm also going to add a class name container, and I'm going to change everything in here to like be the homepage class, the homepage logo. All right. So I also need to change this. All right. Uplink. I don't think this is existing anymore. Okay. So now I say dot homepage class container, and I'm going to use display grid. Next we are going to use container left. And I'm going to use the property CSS template columns. It will be 50, 50. So it's already alright. So it's already working. We just need to make the image smaller. So I can say page container left image, like width 50. Okay, we can live with this. I think it's okay. It's okay like this. So it kinda works. I just need to make like max width 300 pixel. Okay, this looks good to me. I also need to apply this to the right. Let's see if this works. Okay. Alright, then I want to do the same. So I want to style the button now. So the button should have like a padding of like 50 pixel. It should have a background color. So the color, I like the color I used in Figma, which is this color here. And then alright, I think that we need to like set the font size to 3rem probably. We can test this. Okay, I need to make the text I need to apply a font transformation, text transform, capitalize. No, actually uppercase. Okay. This font, however, I don't think this is the font we want. System UI. Why it's System UI here? And I can click this, like this arrow here, and okay. So the user agent style sheet for the button is already is set in the System UI font, which is the system font. So in this case I also need to, like, say button here. Okay, so we get the nice font, and I also need to set the font, the color to white. Okay, so 3 RAM is not enough, I need like 5 RAM, and padding must be like 20 pixel. Okay, this is, I think this is too big, however, for RAM. 3 maybe. Okay. Why hello world? Why do we have hello world here? Okay, because we have hello world in the JSX. So I have this border color which I don't want on the button, so I just say border color none. None is not a valid transparent. Okay, transparent. Okay. What I want to do is, when I hover with the mouse on the start button, I want a pointer. So here I will say button hover, which is the class that is applied when the mouse is over the element. I'm going to say cursor pointer. Okay, we got the nice pointer here. Okay, now when we click start, I want something to happen, right? I want something to happen, and what I want to do is I want to transition to a new screen where we are going to add the activity. If you remember from the episode 6 onboarding users, we had this, like, when we click the start now button, we are going to show this form here. We don't ask the user anything, like about login or anything else. So we are optimizing for a good first experience. We start from the simplest use case. The user arrives on the site and we want to add a new activity, a new something to add to the diary. So we are going to, here in the app component. So what I want to do is I want to have an on-click event here. So here when the user clicks, we call the add activity function here, which is const add activity equals, we have a little function here. So let's try this. Okay, we got the alert. So we are ready to do something more, like do something more here. So we are going to use hooks for this. So I'm going to import React, use state from React. So here, before, in our app component, before we return the JSX, like I'm going to use like const screen, set screen. It's all very simple for now, but later we'll change how this thing works for sure when things get more complex. I'm going to say use state, like homepage is the initial screen. Oh yeah, so I got this error here. This is like a strange error message, but like I know it because I already got this before. In another project, we need to say this: input React and then use state from React. Okay, the error is gone here. All right. So now let's like divide this app component into multiple components, because what I want to do is like this. I want to say screen is like homepage. If the screen is on page, I want to like show the home page. We will have a homepage component. And if the screen is like it's not on page, but if the screen is add activity, I want to show the add activity component. So we can use this syntax, which is like strange at first to understand, but it's like very nice, I think. So using this and operator here, we are going to like verify the condition, which is this. If the screen is on page, then we are going to execute the next operation on the right. So in this case, we are inside JSX, so we can simply output the homepage component. And then if the screen is like add activity, we can show the add activity component. And so I'm going to take everything in here in the JSX, and I'm going to like create a homepage component equals this returns the JSX we had previously. Alright, and I'm going to create a very simple const add activity component. We return like add activity, an add activity paragraph. So I can also change this declaration to be like exactly like the other ones. Okay, pretty cool. So we should, okay, we see the homepage component here because we set the default to that. If we had set add activity to the default, this add activity paragraph would show up, right? So let's switch back to homepage, and now when the when the start button is pressed, we're going to call the set screen function passing the add activity parameter. So we are going to basically set the screen to add activity. But how can we do so, since this is like defined here in the app component, but we need to call it inside the homepage component, because this button is defined in the homepage component. So what we can do here is we can pass the set screen equals set screen. So we pass this function here as a prop to the homepage component. So we now need to say we accept the props. So we accept the props here, but we can also just use the object structuring syntax. Those are graph parentheses. Let me change the theme because it's not... Okay, this theme is probably better. Okay, so I use the object structuring syntax, so we don't have to like reference props dot something, props dot set screen in here, but we can just say I'm going to move this function in the homepage component because I like to keep things as encapsulated as possible. So add activity is going to say set screen add activity. So now the screen is reloaded. I press the start button here and we have the add activity screen. So now if you remember here, like the add activity screen has a set of it's a big form. What I want to do in this component is I want to like have at this stage, what I want to do is I want like an activity title, an activity description, that's it. We will add the rest of the things later on, but first let's just I mean, this app.js file is already too crowded. There is too many things here, too many concepts. So let's create a components folder, and I'm going to create a homepage.js file with this content in there. I need to import React. I also need to import the logo and the screenshot images because we reference them here. I don't need the use state from React because use state is only used here in the app component. And then I also need an add activity component here, add activity.js. Alright, I also need to import React because we are using JSX. Okay, we need to say export. Why export? Export default add activity. Okay, and in the home page we need to do the same, export default add activity. No, home page, sorry, home page. All right, so import add activity. So, oh right, we don't need this thing here. Okay, perfect. What I need to do here, however, is we need to import homepage from like components homepage, and I need to do the same for the add activity component. Okay, so we have an error here in the homepage.js file, can't resolve image. Okay, because we need to go one level back. Cool, so if we press start we have the add activity screen. So I can go in the add activity screen and like insert something here. Maybe we can call this class name add activity. We can have like an h1 tag, then maybe we can say activity activity title, activity description. Later we will change those to a better name. We can say input here, and I can say text area. Let's see. Okay. Okay, and at the end we will have a button. So, I'm going to replicate the button from the home page. Instead of having add activity, we will have save activity. Save activity. Okay, the save activity is not defined, so we just define a function. Okay, so I'm testing this, and since the default state is home page, every time the page reloads with hot reloading, we are basically resetting the state to. So I'm going to set the default state to this so I can test more easily. Let's make this prettier. So we have like the button. I'm going to say add activity button. Okay, it's too big. Okay, this is fine. one of these needs to be set to like display block. Which one? Display block. Okay, this was the one, because the text area is already display block, I think. Computed display inline block. So it should like yeah. So let me say that add activity button and add activity text area and add activity input h2 and add activity input are all like block elements. So everything is on a vertical line, but I also want to like I probably need to style them using Flexbox. So the best Flexbox guide I know is on my website. I'm not saying this because I wrote it, but because it's succinct. It gives a lot of information in a very small like small space. And pro tip, you can search anything like on Google. If you say like Flavio Flexbox or Flavio like grid, whatever, you get my tutorial first. So pro tip. Okay, and then in the Flexbox guide I want to pick an example here. So the first example is this. Okay, I want flex direction column. So so the whole add activity component, which is wrapped in an add activity class, you can say display flex and flex direction column. Okay, and I just need to say max width is like 300 pixel. Okay, and the whole thing I want it to be like margin 0 auto, which should center everything. It does. The description here, so the text area should be like it should have a padding bottom of 40 pixel. Margin bottom of 30 pixel. Okay, so this will later on we'll change that to an editor that allows to create like bold and other formatting, but now we'll keep this like that. And when we press save activity, so I want this to have like the cursor pointer too, which I should probably yeah, I should probably say every button hover should have cursor pointer. Okay, now when we click this in other activity, we are not going to do anything now. We are going to do that in the next video tomorrow. So we will like get the data from the input and the text area, and we will store it into the browser so that we like can move into a completely new view which is the activities list. So, see you tomorrow. Hi, in today's video we are going to continue the diary app application. In the last video we arrived at this stage where we can add an activity, enter in the title and the description, and we can press the save button, which currently does nothing. Today we are going to store the activity inside the browser storage. So here we have our application, which is already running using I just run npm start from the application folder. So here is the code of the application. The default screen is add activity because we set this into the default for the screen state. Here is the code using React hooks. So if now we set home page, the application reloads and we see the home page. And to reach the add activity state, we press the start button. So when the title changes, we want to store the value somewhere. We use React hooks. So I added the useState import here from React, and I'm going to say title, set title equals useState. By default the title is an empty string. And whenever we change the input, we are going to run the onChange event. So when a change event happens on this input, we are going to run a function. So this is an anonymous function that takes the event as a parameter, and we are going to say set title to the event.target.value. So I don't like, actually let me call this event because it's clearer to me. Whenever the input in this form element changes, we are going to update the title. So to check that this thing here is working and the title value is updated, we are going to say title here, and when we enter something in the input, we should have something printed here, like test. Alright, so you can see here that the test value is being updated. I can call Flavio. Alright, we can remove that. So now we can do the same for the description. So we can have a description field and we say set description. So now I can duplicate the thing I wrote here, except I use a text area element. Alright, and here I use the set description function. Let me go in the app.js and set the default component to be add activity. So now let me see. What I want to do is when the save activity button is pressed, first I want to console log title and description. Notice that VS Code is kind enough to tell me that the values are not used here. You can see title is declared but its value is never read. So this is the linter built into VS Code, which is very handy. So now I can open the DevTools here, and I can open the DevTools. And okay, it gave me a warning because I had a space in the text area, which we don't need, and it thought I was giving a default value inside the text area, the space character, but I wasn't aware of that actually. Yeah, so now what I can do is I can enter something like 1 and 2 and press save activity, and 1 and 2 are printed out into this code here, which I can go and inspect in the sources panel. Where is that? Line 8. Okay, this is the code that we just wrote here. So now what I want to do is I want to store this value inside the application, but yeah, but I mean, I don't want to do this job here in this component, because this is just like I want to centralize this state management in the app component, which is up here. Like, I want to pass a function to the add activity component that will be called when I need to save the activity inside the browser storage for now, but later on we will also need to send it to the server. So what I do here is I'm going to create the function here, which I call const store activity. It will take like the activity title and the description, so inside an object, of course, and I'm going to pass this as a prop to the add activity component. So store activity equals store activity. So now inside the add activity I pass, so I could say like props here, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass, I'm going to use object destructuring, and we know that the store activity prop is passed to this component. So we are going to call store activity, and we pass an object with the title and the description. So this should already be like working. I'm going to copy this console log function here inside the app component. We're going to console log title and description. So now I can verify that this thing is actually working. Let me see here. I saved everything, so the app should already have the latest code. So if I say title and desk, just to make sure that it works, title and desk. Perfect, now printed by the app component here. So we have moved basically the logic to store the activity in here, in the app component. So what I can do is I can start writing the code to store the activity in the browser. And what are we going to use is IndexedDB. So IndexedDB is a very nice API offered by the browser. If I say Flavio IndexedDB, I'm going to get my IndexedDB article here. Dive into IndexedDB, and as you can see, so the article is not very long. Instead of using the IndexedDB API directly, I'm going to use the IDB library that offers a promise-based API. So we can use the sync await instead of using the callback-based API offered by IndexedDB out of the box. So you can see it on this page here on GitHub. And of course, in my article here, I describe perfectly how to use this API, and I recommend you check it out. So to start with, I need to install it. So now I'm going to kill the application here, npm install idb. I can run npm start again to restart the React application. So we start with this code here, import OpenDB from IDB. And the OpenDB function is going to be called inside like a utility method when we instantiate the application. So I'm going to call the OpenDB method when we are going to store an activity, since like yeah, it might be. So here I'm going to basically pick my code here, and I'm going to say the DB name is activities, the store name is diary.lol, and version is 1 because we are just starting out and we don't have like additional schema versions for the application. Version is 1, and like we need to wrap this into an async function, otherwise we can't use await. So yeah, I can remove this database value, and these values are all grayed out because I'm not using them here, but I'm leaving them here because so I know I can use them later. So we initialize the store and we put a new value into the store, which is like our activity. So our activity, we must initialize that activity first. So, well, I can say like this is the activity we receive. Like we know it has a title and a description, but at the moment we don't care. We are just going to store it in the database. So here I say like activity, and like I need to, and yeah, so we are going to use so we need to set the store to automatically increment our, we need to set the store to automatically increment, so we can say auto increment true. So we don't have to specify a key for the value we enter, because like at the moment we don't have like a key for the activity. So the key will be automatically generated for us. Alright, so this code should already be working, and we can test drive it now. So for example, let's say the activity title is went to the beach, and the activity description and the beach was great. I save the activity, so nothing seems to happen, but also no error showed up. So I can go in the index.db and I can see the activities database and a diary.lol table here with our activity, which is wrong because I confused the store name with the DB name. So now we have a problem here. But well, I can roll back everything here, and I can say I can delete everything in index.db, delete the database. All right, so I can retry everything here, and I'm going to say, well, went to the beach, and the description is beach was great. Save activity, index.db is automatically updated, the diary.lol database now it's okay, the table is activities, and in here we have like the first activity, and here we have the object, which is cool. So now we can add another one. Went to the mountain, and mountain was great. We save that. Let me refresh here. It's not working. Why not? Alright, so I put this code here, but actually I need to put the code somewhere else. The code to like enter the activity needs to be outside of the upgrade function, because This function is only run like the first. So this upgrade function is only run when the database version is changed. So after the first time it runs, which was like before, no, well, actually this is not working. It gives me an error. Why? So I go back to my article here and like OpenDB. Oh, right. So so here we create the store, which is fine, but yeah, I need to get a reference to the database, which is done like here, constdb equals await OpenDB. Next, after this, what I need to do is I need to create a transaction. So the transaction is done like using const x equals await database dot transaction, and we pass the store name, which is the variable which has the value activities in read-write mode. Alright, and then we say const store equals await database transaction dot object store, and we pass the store name. Okay, cool. So now I can say await store dot put activity, and then finally I say await transaction dot done. Okay, so this code should, I don't need this anymore. And actually this code is not running anymore because like until we update the version here to true or something, but then we need to handle like the migration to the new version. Alright, so in here I can like test if this thing is working. Went to the mountain. So I expect a new activity to show up here when we press save activity. Mountain was great. Press save activity and I refresh here and we have the new activity. Perfect. Alright. So we have both activities here, and yeah, we are now ready to create the activities list view, which is something I'm going to do in the next video. So, see you in the next one. Hey, in this video we are going to continue the application. So now the state we reached is where we store the activity into IndexedDB. What I want to do in this video is display this activity or activities stored into IndexedDB into the activities list view. So let's start. So here is the application. Let me open VS Code. Right now, if I go into like the developer tools, the application tab, IndexedDB, I can see I have true activities which come from the previous video, and let me like switch when there are activities to an activities list view. We need to create a component and create a basic design. I won't go into too many details, but we will have like a sidebar with the list. And on the right side, we will have the detail view. Here we have the components folder. We have the add activity and the homepage components. So let me add the activities list.js component. Okay, I'm going to basically copy the homepage component here. So we get import React, we don't need the log and the screenshot. I'm going to call this activities list. Let me see. I'm going to remove everything and just and I will return a div, the class name activities list, and inside here, well, I'm going to remove everything right now. Inside here I'm going to have like a div with the class name list, and then I'm going to have another div with the class name like detail. I can like use a more like specific class name, so this is the list of the activities list. But maybe I can just use an activities component here instead of the activities list, and I'm going to rename this. Okay, and we have a list and a detail. Then I will later use like style components to create scoped styles instead of loading the app.css file which contains all the styles. I'm going to make styles like scoped to the component so they don't leak anywhere outside of it. So activities will be passed as a prop to the component. Activities, we are basically creating a loop on the activities array. This activities is an array, and we are going to map this array, and we get like value and an index, and we then like create, well, so this could be like an UL rather than a div because it's actually just a list. If you remember from our designs, we are going to create this list here, and then the detail on the right. We will take care of the detail of on the right after that. So we are returning a list item, and we must pass a key which will be the index which is this one, and inside that I'm going to say like, so the array is an array of objects because if you check it out, here we have a title and a description. So I'm going to say actually I'm going to call this activity. So the name is not important. What's important here is the order. First you get the object and then the index. And you can call this whatever you want. So I call it activity, and I'm going to say activity.title. I'm going into the app.js file. Let me minify this function. So here, if the screen is activities, I'm going to print the activities component, and we are going to pass the activities prop and activities. What's activities, right? We are going to initialize the activities array into the app. So actually I'm going to move it outside here. So the activities array is an empty array at first. I need to initialize that with the data coming from IndexedDB as soon as IndexedDB is available. Create a function init activities, right, which is going to like this is going to make partial use of the same code that is in the store activity method. So let me see if we have an opportunity to like extract part of this code and yeah, basically we can initialize the database outside of this function. So here it was the only place where this code was used, so it made sense to encapsulate this in the store activity function. But now we need to find a better solution. So what we are going to do now is I'm going to create an init database function here. Init database. I'm going to move everything here into init database and we return the database object here. This must be an async function. Async. Okay. So init database we return the db. So const db equals init database. I am also going to call this into here in init activities because we need to like create a new transaction. X equals await. So we need to say await db.transaction. Well, actually, we need to do something else because we also need to. We don't have access to the store name function anymore here because it's written here. We could like move everything like the database name and the store name up above here. So this will be accessible in this function. But maybe what I can do, since the store is always the same right now, I mean, we can say init store rather than init database, and we can also move like everything in here and we return it store instead of the database. Well, no, because we need to be able to access the transaction object. So in this case the optimal solution is to say init database. Okay, and I'm going to move the store name up here. We don't need the database name, only the store name. And you know what, maybe we don't even need the store name variable because right now I'm storing in the activities store, but maybe later I will use another store. So let me just say like activities here and here too. Okay. Okay. Right, so here I'm going to say const transaction equals await database.transaction on the activities store, and I'm going to say so the mode is read only here because we are not going to store anything, and having the list power available at any moment in time is an optimal solution for me. This is why I also use const, because I know that no one can change the reference of this variable anywhere in the code. Alright, so I use await, so I need to say async function. Perfect. So in this case, right? So we get the transaction, and now I can say transaction dot object store activities, and I want to like get all the activities from this store, and to do that I just call the get. To do that I call the get all function. So const activities equals this thing, and finally I say await transaction.done, and I can return the activities. Okay, so this init activities function should be like the initial value of the activities here. So let me move this right down below. I can probably say like this: const activities equals init activities. I also need to import the activities component because I was reminded here by this error in the console. Activities is not defined. So okay, we got an error here which says unhandled the rejection. db.transaction is not a function. So yeah, so in both these places, since I moved the database initialization into the init database async function, here basically I'm assigning the db value to a promise. So I need to say await init database. Okay, so we don't have any error now, and well, I can set the default view to activities, so we should see like the. So we have this problem here because activities here is like it's a promise because init activities is an async function. So to solve this, we're going to use a React hook called useEffect. I'm going to import here useEffect. So this hook is very handy to handle like async data sources. I'm going to create a new activities state here, set activities. Okay, at this point I can use useEffect, and inside this function I'm going to call the init activities method, and we need to do that inside an async function. So like I say async function async. So I need to call this using, so this is an immediately invoked function expression. I'm going to add a semicolon because I think this might error out without. And inside here I'm going to say const activities equals set equals await init activities, and then I call set activities, which is the hook here, which is what we get from useState activities. So sorry, I just blindly copied the above useState, but we don't actually need any of this. We can initialize this to an empty array. Here I call set activities and I pass the activities array which we got from await init activities, which is already working, as you can see. So we have an UL here, which is our defined in our activities component. So we have a list, and we also have a detail which has no content right now. Right, so in the next video I will style this component and also the add activity component and on-page component using style components. So I think I will do some research today to see if style component is the best solution. You can comment below if you think you have a better idea than me. And that's it. See you in the next video. Hey, welcome to this new video, and today we are going to use CSS to style this activities list which we created in the previous video. Like I said in the previous video that I was going to use style components. Now I was researching a bit. I decided to use emotion instead. So we are going to install emotion using this command here. I'm going to exit the npm start command and I'm going to install emotion/core. Cool, I can run npm start again to start up the application. So meanwhile I can start using the code here. I'm going to say import css and JSX from emotion core. So now we have to stop here and think about what we are doing. So we are importing CSS and JSX from this library. Basically JSX is going to replace the JSX this is provided by React. So right now if I comment out this line and I remove this line here, you can see that there is an error, and like VS Code tells us that React must be in scope when using JSX. Importing the JSX from emotion core is going to fix all this, but we need this special comment here. We are proxying the JSX normal compilation phase through this JSX function provided by emotion, which will then add the CSS we are going to add now. We are basically enriching the default JSX of React. So now here in the activities, for example, I can say CSS. The CSS prop is equal to this object, which starts with a JSX tagged template, and inside here we can add all the CSS we want. So for example, I can like add a background color yellow, and I save, and this is already working in the output, as you can see. So we can remove the import React up above. So this is everything we need to start working with CSS. I can add the same CSS prop into other parts of the JSX. I can, for example, say this one is background color blue, and this changes the color to blue because so the yellow is not visible anymore because this is hidden by this element. If I want to remove that, there was nothing in the page, so maybe I can say like 800 pixels, and this will make the yellow bigger so you can see that. Okay, so let's actually style this whole page nicely. I'm going to remove the backgrounds. What I want to do is I want to use CSS grid to create the container for the application. So the nice thing about emotion is that every CSS we are adding is scoped to this page. So like in the end we are going to remove all this CSS here. in the app.css file, and we will move it into our React components. So the first thing we are going to do is we say display grid here. We are going to separate the page into two parts. So we're going to use grid template columns, and one column is like 300 pixel and the other one is automatically determined. We will worry about like responsive layouts very soon, but for the meantime, this column here, let me okay, as you can see here, this column takes 300 pixels. This UL has a border right 1 pixel solid black. So the sidebar here is not going to use the whole space available in height, and to do that we need to do basically two things. One is we need to set the width and the height. This is already good enough. If I like close the DevTools, we can see that this is taking the whole view. But we also have like some padding up here. As you can see, this is because the padding here, which is added by the user agent style sheet, as you can see here. So we need to clear out that. And we do so by going, well, let me go in the app.js file, app.css file, which I think that the only thing that will remain in this file is this very important CSS declaration, which says padding 0 for all elements, margin is 0 for all elements, and also we are going to use box sizing. Box sizing is border box. Okay, so now that we have like reset all the margin and paddings, we can like go here, and one thing you will notice is that those items are centered because we have text align center on the user agent style sheet again. So we need to go here and we say like text align left, right? And we also add some padding left. Padding left is 20 pixel and padding top is 20 pixel. Alright, we are also going to remove the button near every element, every list item. We can do so using list style item none. No, it's not this one. Which one is list style type? List style, oh right, list style type. Okay, now after every li element we need to say CSS equals CSS, and then we add the style here, and I say like in every li item we have a padding of 20 pixel and the border bottom is 1 pixel solid black. Okay, this is starting to look good. The only thing is that I need to remove the padding from the UL. Alright, otherwise, also the padding top, because we are adding it to the list item. Cool. One thing I want to do, however, is I want to it's okay, it's okay. So now when I hover each element in the list, I want to like change the color slightly of the background, and then I will make the mouse cursor to a pointer. So, and to do that, I will I refer to the emotion documentation, which tells me that I just need to add this line here, which is like SCSS or SAS, if you have ever used that. So I can say here and hover the background color is like, you know, gray, light gray. Let me see. Okay, so now the color is like boring at all, but I will improve this later. And I need to also make the cursor I always forget about this CSS property. Cursor pointer. Okay, right. Cursor is pointer. Let me see. Okay, it's already working. As you can see, the mouse cursor is changing. We have a little hand, like on links. So now the next thing I will do in JavaScript will be to show the detail on the right whenever I click this one of these activities here. Later on I will add a plus button here at the bottom to enter a new activity. And but first I want to provide some kind of responsive thing here. I don't want to leave the responsiveness of the application at the last thought. So what I want to do is when I reach some point, for example, like this is already this, we can work with this and show the detail here, but after 1000 pixels, we need to reconsider how we show the activities list. And maybe what we are going to do is we are going to show a very narrow sidebar, and we will have two buttons. One is to add a new activity, and one is to show the list of activities, it will slide over the canvas here, over the details. So by default we only see the details, and let me try, right? So I refer again to the emotion documentation and I check responsive. Let me see here. Okay, here we have some documentation on how to do that, and it's just like in regular CSS. I should have thought about that. And yeah, so we can do like this. So media after 1000 pixels, max width. So when the width is less than 1000 pixels, so let me simulate a responsive layout using the toggle device toolbar option offered by the DevTools. So when I go over 1000 pixels, as you can see, we have an increase in the font because I set this font size 50 over 1000 pixels just to try out. So I need to do the opposite when the view goes below what I can do 800 pixels, for example. So max width 800 pixels. We are going to just use one column. We are just going to use one column. And to do that, we need to assign names to our grid. Otherwise, we can't like choose to hide one column in this way. And so to do that, we are going to use grid template areas in addition to grid template columns. So we are going to use one column, which will be well, actually, we are going to use two columns again, but one is an hardware column, which maybe will be 50 pixel or like 80 pixel, and the rest is auto. And the grid template areas, it will be like it will be like the sidebar, mobile, and main. Alright, while up here I need to enter like sidebar, desktop for example, and main. So I need to assign to this UL element the name of sidebar desktop. And to do this, we need to say here in the CSS, we say grid area is sidebar desktop area. Okay, we say here grid area is main. And then I also create, no, sorry. I did this thing wrong. CSS equals CSS grid area main. All right, and I'm going to add a new UL element here, which is like, so let me copy the UL element from here, which instead of like showing the activities, this is just going to print something right now. Sidebar mobile. So I don't add a class name because I will not use it anymore. Okay, so this thing here says that strings are not allowed as CSS prop values. Please wrap it in a CSS template literal. UL CSS. I did something wrong. Where? Line 37. Maybe this is an error that I inherit from up above. No. This is actually an error in here. UL CSS equals CSS. What's the problem here? Strings are not allowed as CSS prop values. Ah, sorry, the error is here. Okay. So I had this error here, but I think it was telling me the wrong line. Yeah, it was telling me the wrong line. This is why we need a lot of time to debug things. Okay, this is still appearing for some reason. Okay, so let me see. Grid template areas. Okay, so yeah, it's still appearing, but it shouldn't. And to fix this, we need to hide it when this breakpoint appears. So we need to say like here, display none, because it's not in the grid, but CSS is still displaying it. Okay, so this is, if this time I need to say that, okay, this something element should not appear if the sorry, max width. Min. I always get confused with max width and min width. I think that they should have a better name. I don't know. Okay, we are we are done finally. So instead of being something here, we are going to find like an icon that once we click, it will make this list appear. Let me find a proper icon for this. It should be like an hamburger icon. Hamburger icon CSS maybe. This one is nice. Icon finder. This is very nice, and I think that is paid. So let's find a like hamburger icon CSS, like on CodePen. Let me see. This is nice, and it also automatically shows the menu, which is very cool. Let me see this CodePen here. There's too many things. Okay, so every item in the menu toggle is a span. Let me copy it as HTML, this thing. Alright, I don't need the menu actually, so we are just going to use this menu toggle, and probably, yeah, you know what, yeah, I just need to copy this CSS here. So inside each span I can use this same CSS style I used. Let me see. This is working. Yeah, we got one icon, so this checkbox, I don't know why we should use that. Let me copy this 3 times. Alright, we got this nice menu. I think that I can avoid... No, I can't avoid having an ID here, because we are probably going to use JavaScript to intercept the click. What I'm going to do here, however, is I'm going to add some CSS to say like I want to add some padding top 10 pixel and some padding left 10 pixel. We can do 20 pixels. Okay, and maybe I can use like gray. Okay, looks better to me. Okay, so once we click this, we are going to show the activities like in this demo. This demo was nice. This demo was really cool. So before I can do this kind of animation, I first need to do the bare minimum, which is like showing the activities like in a flash. And so I want to first avoid the repetition in the motion CSS. But I will probably separate most of these things into separate components, so for the time being I can live with this. For sure this will be separate components later. So like this component here, like on click, what I want to do is show activities. I want to call the show activities function. Show activities, going to say show activities equals function. Going to say alert show to check out that this is working. Okay, And what I want to do here, so the problem I'm trying to solve now is that I want to show these activities on when I click this button, and but those activities are hidden by like this media query. So they show up if I add like a class, because I added this little snippet here. What I want to do, however, is like I want to add, okay, so this class show is some class I added, like I just came up with. But what I can do is show activities. Show activities is a class that whenever we click show activities, this class is going to be applied to the list here, to the UL. So the UL of the activities, and also to this div here, because this is what sets the like CSS grid layout. Because if I just set this to show up, this will show up like below the grid, because the grid is already has already some predefined display layout. So here, well, first I need to understand how to assign a class to a React component. And to do that, I just Google how to add a class. I just Google how to add a class to a React component. Yeah, I'm doing the wrong thinking here. I'm thinking in terms of DOM and classes, when I should talk about state instead. Like, we need to have show activities, set show activities, hook use state true, for example. And so by default I show the activities except when the layout is so this is only going to be used when the layout is responsive. So when we are in a mobile view. So so I don't even need this function here. What I need to do is on click, we have this event, and I'm going to say like set show activities, show activities. So this is a toggle button, right? And for example, I can just output this value here. Alright, first I need to import use state from React. Alright, let me see if I can print this into here. Test. Nothing is happening. Why? Alert. Show activities. False. True. Okay, this should be working, and the only thing that is not working is this printing of show activities. So here I need to integrate this variable into the CSS, and this is just tag template, so we can, like, let me find an example. But okay, this line we have like some examples. Yeah, I think we can use this. We need to use CSS partials here, otherwise it's getting too complicated and we haven't even started. So what I can do here is that, yeah, if the, like, I can use this like example here. So if show activities is true, then so actually, sorry, this should be in a different place. So this should be here. So when we are in mobile view, so we need to say sidebar mobile is always appearing, and then we need to determine this property value. So if show activities is true, we are going to use, if show activities is true, we are going to show the sidebar desktop. Otherwise, we're going to show the main. And here we also do a similar thing. So instead of, we say display, and it's known only if, so actually, sorry, this is like this. All right. So this is going to be like if show activities, this is block, otherwise it's none. So if all goes well, and it didn't, so let me see if, oh, alright, there is a problem here because, yeah, I took like this example from, and it, okay, this is what we need to do, because inside that template literal we need to use this to interpolate variables and small calculations like this. So yeah, this looks like, so it looks like we want to use like false starting, we want to use a false starting state for these show activities. So if we are on a desktop, like in this case we are above like 800 pixels, no problem. If we are on like mobile, we have this little menu here, and when we click that, we are going to see the activities list instead of the main view, which is moved away. Here we have some space, but actually this should like pick up the full width. This takes the full width, and so to fix this, I need to say grid template columns, like show activities. Then it's like, actually it's not here the problem. We have the 80 pixel and the auto, but then here we have, yeah, I think that this should be 100%. And the problem is this value is computed here with, so if I say with 100%, no, it's not going to work. Okay, I think I need to do this, 80 pixels and then 100%. So let me find this. Okay, 100%. I think I can do this also here. Okay, cool. The only thing that I am missing is this line that ends here. Yeah, I think this is because we have this detail view that this detail view should have like a display none if the show activities property is, let me see here, display show activities is like true, then it's display none, otherwise it's a block. It's still not working. So it should be working, but then we have this label activities here. Why? If I just say display none, it's working. We have this strange thing called label activities. Let me try to move this up here. It's probably a bug. No. Display none. Ah, it's not a bug, right? I didn't add a semicolon. Okay. Perfect. So I think we did it, and let me see here in the browser. Okay, it's perfect. Here we have the detail view, which is something we are going to work on tomorrow. When we click this, we are going to see the detail for this, and yeah, it was a bit hard to figure out this slightly confusing behavior, because like this thing is not, looks like simple, but it's not, and it's still not finished, I think, because we need to do some minor work to make it perfect, but we are going to work on this in the next video because we're running out of time. This video is already too long, and we'll see you in the next video. In this video we are going to create the detail view here on the right side of this page, and when the user clicks one of the activities on the left, we will change what is displayed here based on the data we have right now in IndexedDB. And then I will refactor a bit these activities list view, and probably I will create separate components into separate files. So in the activities component here, I want to have like the a current activity like state, because like when a click happens here, I want to change the current activity displayed. So I can say using hooks like current activity and set current activity equals useState, and we're going to have like null as the default state, which is same as nothing. So when the activity is clicked right now, nothing happens. So I'm going to add like here into the activities list, I'm going to add the onClick event handler, which is going to take like this arrow function, and in here I'm going to say set current activity to the activity object we have defined here. So this should already be working right now. Let me do something. So right now what I want to do is I want to pick this current activity state, which is the current activity state is going to be is going to have the activity details. So let me say like here I want an h1 tag, I'm going to say current activity dot title, and I don't remember what is the data in IndexedDB. We have it right here. All right, we have title and description. So right here I will say with a p tag I want to print the description. So let me see, we have an error, cannot read property title of undefined, because current activity right now is undefined. So we need to set this as an empty object, otherwise it's undefined, and we get that error. And yeah, now if I click went to the beach or went to the mountain, as you can see, the detail view changes, which is what we want to do. So the style here is, so let me make like a little bit of CSS experimenting here. Yeah, so like I have CSS problem because in the last video I did this thing. So in the last video I set this to 300 pixels and the rest to 100%, but this means that the rest is taking the full page width and it's adding 300 pixels to the left. So let me switch back to auto, and this is working, okay. And there is another place where I added 100%, which was here in the mobile view. I'm going to use auto again. Okay. All right. So I think that this is fine for now, and but what I want, yeah, this is fine for the time being. Let me just add a little bit of spacing, like here I want the h1 must be like CSS equals. Here I want to have like padding top 40 pixels and also padding bottom, so we don't have the description so near. Oh, it's already fine. One thing I want to do now is I want to like separate. Yeah, this was not the full component. We have 113 like lines component, and I want this to be a smaller one. I want to have little components instead of a bigger one. So what I'm going to do, well, first here what I can do here is I can use the emotion and I want to target the children, the component. So yeah, emotion is not like a good name for a library, probably. Target child element. No, this is style components. Okay, we can define like here instead, like this style is repeated 3 times, and instead of doing so, what I want to do is I want to extract this to the parent. So here I will say span. Alright, and I can remove everything in here and just create 3 span elements empty. And so this was the code that defined this element here, and as you can see it's still working fine. We just dropped like 20 lines of code or something like that. Now let me create a new folder here. Activities is going to be a folder with the, I will have a detail detail.js. I will have like so I will have sidebar mobile and sidebar desktop.js. So I use desktop and mobile, but what I really mean is responsive, small view and a big view, but I think this is conveying the idea. And finally, I want the list.js here. So now I'm going to extract the code here into separate components. Let me make the detail first. I'm going to remove everything except the detail. Okay, so we can find now, let me export detail. I'm going to call this detail, and we don't define the state here, but we will get it from the props. So the props, in the props we will have show activities and current activity. Okay, we don't need use state. This is fine. We just need to, here in the activities, where I say like, okay, this detail, I want to have a detail component, and I'm going to pass two props. One is show activities, and the other prop is current activity. Okay, so the detail component is not defined. We need to import here the import detail from activities detail.js. Okay, so this is working fine. Let me go on with the other views. So this one is the mobile, the sidebar mobile component. I'm copying everything because I think it's faster, and then I remove all the code that I don't need. Right, so show activities. Alright, so here we are going to accept the set show activities and the show activities props. But actually I think that those are only used here. Let me see, set show activities. No, they are also used by the detail component, so and also by the activities list. So we need to have them inside this component, this activities component, which should be the parent. So I'm going to remove, so this is perfect. Here we need to pass them as props to this component, and here I want to call this sidebar mobile, and I'm going to import this here, sidebar mobile, and finally I am going to define it in the JSX. So we need to pass those two values. So I have a typo here. Set show activities. Set show activities. I think the only place where I use this is here. Activities. All right. So I think we are already good. Let me refresh this. Yeah, it's working. So I can go on with the sidebar desktop. I'm just going to copy everything here. So sidebar desktop, sidebar desktop, sidebar desktop. I'm going to remove these imports, going to remove use state. I'm going to remove these things here. I'm going to remove this prop. So here I only leave this UL. Perfect. What I need here is show activities as props, show activities, and I need activities, and also set current activity. These three props. So here in activities I'm going to pass them. So sidebar desktop. These are the props I need. Let me first import sidebar desktop, and I'm going to like say set show activities equals this. You don't need a comma. And finally set current activity. Okay, so it's working. And the final thing, okay, so actually I don't need the list component because it's included in the sidebar desktop. And yeah, so I think that this is looking fine. So we have a little bit of CSS added here inside the component, and what I can do is like I can say here like const ul style equals this thing, and here I can say ul style, and here we have another one. We can say that this is the button style. So const button style equals this, and I can add some space. So it's working, and so this will make like the component JSX look a little bit more readable, since we have defined all the style beforehand. And I don't know why, but VS Code does not give me the option to minify this, like I could with this button here. Let me see if I add this. No. Well, I don't care. I don't care, and I can also like have them at the bottom, so I can define all the styles at the bottom, maybe before the export to make things like more clear. Okay, I can do the same here if I want, but I think that right now this style is not too much, and so it's already readable. I can see it in a single page. So yeah, maybe later with more like styling I will need to move all the styles below, but for the moment it's okay. Cool. So in the like Cool, so I think that in the next video we can start doing... So, that's it for this video, and see you in the next one. In this video I want to take a step back and do a recap of what we did up to now with our little application, and then I want to make a plan for the future. So I did 13 videos up to now, and you can see them in the playlist of this video. In episode 1 I defined the idea for the application. It was just me talking at the whiteboard. In episode 2 I switched to paper. So I had this like paper notebook where I drafted the idea I had and like what I envisioned to be the screens of the application. On episode 3 I transitioned to mind map software to like define the concepts and define the technology I wanted to use, what was my idea of the technology. Maybe I will change something on the way. On episode 4 I transitioned to making a mockup using balsamic mockups. Here is where the raw idea I had in mind started to be something more real. In episode 5 I did the mobile mockups, which are quite different from the desktop mockups. In episode 6 I did the mockup for the user onboarding, so the first experience of the user from like being new to the application to entering the first activity. In episode 7 I defined like the app name and the app domain, which ended up to be diary.lol, which is still like very much. It was an interactive process where I also asked Twitter on real time for the suggestions and ideas, and I also made a little logo, and I still like both the name, the domain and the logo. In episode 8 I created the React application using Create React App, and I explained a few things for those who never used that. In episode 9 I started creating the homepage for the project in React, and the first screen for the onboarding. So I had like, so this was the home page, and I had the onboarding, like the first little form to enter the activity. So in episode 10 I took what the user entered in that form and I stored that into IndexedDB, into the browser. So we don't have a backend yet, we will do it later on, but right now we are storing everything in the browser. In episode 11 I took what we stored into IndexedDB and I made a new component in React that lists those items. It was unstyled and ugly, so in episode 12 I added the emotion library and I styled those views, making a mobile view too. And finally in episode 13 I took care of the activity detail view. I styled that a bit, and I also did a little bit of refactoring for the components. I made little smaller components instead of a big one. So this is what we have up to now, and let's do a little plan for the near future. So we will start working on the backend because we are now storing everything into IndexedDB, but we will let the user create an account. Maybe we will think about when to ask the user to create an account, maybe after like 2 activities when they are using the application, because if they are not really using the application, there is no point in creating an account, right? So the account is made to store the activities, otherwise you will lose them if you change the browser or if you access it in incognito mode. There is no way to go back to your activities, and yeah, having an account allows you to sync also the mobile devices and the desktop computer. So we will have like the user sign up process. We will need to find a way to sync the activities, so we will also create an offline functionality using the progressive web apps technology. So service workers, the cache API. So once this is done, the basics are done, I'm going to enrich the activity form, because we are now storing only the title and the description, and it's too little information to be useful. We also need to add more information. We need to store, like we said, like the location. We are going to display a map. We are going to store pictures, and we are going to have a more like featureful editor. Okay, so and into all this process we are going to implement new technologies, for example GraphQL for communication with the server. I still have to think about which libraries to use, but we will see them very soon, very soon. So that's it. It's a very basic plan, but I think that we already have like a roadmap to follow, and I'll see you in the next video. So I want to start today by doing one thing. As you can see, so here I select one of the activities in the sidebar. This is the desktop view of the application, but if I have like a mobile view or tablet view, as you can see here, I can select one activity or the other, but nothing happens. So what should happen here is that I should like this view should disappear, and I should all just see this detail here below. So let's do it right now. So I think that yes, it's in sidebar mobile, and on click set show activities, show activities. This is the set show activities. We got this from here, set show activities, which just sets the active activity. But what this doesn't do is it doesn't like make itself disappear. So like here in this function I should say like this component should disappear. How do I do that? So the set show activities, which is a function we got from the props, sets if these should appear. So basically I have this. Alright, so the activities that appear here are the ones in here in detail, show activities. Show activities none, block. Why I can't find it anymore? Okay, this is the database stuff. I can find the code I wrote 2 days ago. It always happens to me. I don't know about you, but if I don't look at some code for 2 days, it's almost like someone else wrote it for some reason. So here we have like okay, we just have the activities menu here, and we have the sidebar desktop, the sidebar mobile, and the detail view. Basically what I need to do is I need to hide the sidebar desktop. Let me change the name of this sidebar desktop thing, because this is like activities list, should be activities list, because otherwise it has no meaning in the context of like the mobile view, right? Activities list. So we are going to say what did I do? Activities list instead of sidebar desktop. Let me search for sidebar desktop again. We import it in, okay, we define it here. All right, so now things should be working. And what I want to do is I want to hide this. So So activities, I want to hide this if I click one of the activities on mobile. So here, when I click something, I already say set current activity, which should set the detail view, what appears in the detail view. And what I can do in addition to this is setting set show activity. I'm going to call set show activities false because it does not affect the mobile view. So what I want to do is I want to pass set show activities here in addition to set current activity. Let me say set show activities, and I want to say set show activities false. I want to hide the activities list on mobile. So let me pass to activities list. I want to pass set show activities. Okay. So okay, it's working on mobile. Let me see if on desktop there is any. It's not affected on desktop, so it should be good. So this code is already working, and we are fine with it. Now, second thing I want to do today is as you can see here, I have two activities, and I only have two activities because before making this activities list thing, I only had the activity form. But now, if there are activities, I don't see the activity form anymore. I have no way. I don't have a way to add a new activity. So I'm going to add the new activity button here below the list. Here below the list. Let's do it. So I think I also have in the mockup, yes, it's like this button here. So what I want to do is first I want to have like a fixed section at the bottom here. When there are many activities, I want to scroll everything except this little button. So first let me search on Google how to make footer stick at bottom. Let me see, CSS tricks, what Chris tells us. Yes, I think we can use CSS grid. We are going to wrap this into a container. The first is the UL, the list of activities, and the other item is the footer. So this looks like a good solution. And we are going to have this. So on mobile, we are going to have it here instead, or here. But for the time being, let's focus on the desktop view. We are going to have it here. So this is in the activities list component. As you can see, the activities list component just only has a UL wrapper element here. So I'm going to add a div container, and we are going to have inside the div, we're going to have an UL element and a div element with a button. So button, and I'm going to say on click, we are going to execute something on click, which right now is add new activity. Let me check. I have, okay, to close the element. Alright, nothing appears here, but I can see something weird. Okay, the button is here. Okay, it's kind of working. So I need to make everything here work again like before. So the div element here, let me inspect this. We have the div, the UL. So we are going to do, I'm going to add some CSS to this div. This is the sidebar desktop area instead of the UL now, because if you remember, this is part of, let me close this. This is part of a grid layout already, which is defined in here in the activities. So we have, this is why the layout is now freaked out, because I had to define the grid area here. So height is 100%. I think we can just, yeah, we can just copy everything in there except for the list activity type none, which is a specific CSS for like the UL. Let me see. All right, it's working. Now I need to put this in the bottom, and to do that I'm going to say that this div element is, in addition to being a grid area for the outer grid, it's going to define a new grid too. So let me add it here below, display grid, and in this, so we have two elements at the same level. We have this div here and this UL. So let me go back to the CSS Tricks article that said we need to okay, so here I need to say like grid template rows is like auto and probably 100 pixels, and as you can see this is already kind of working because the button is down below. Now what I want to do is I want to have the button like bigger, and I want to use a plus sign like this. So the button also has a CSS prop which has this tag template literal. So here so in here I want to say like text align center and font size churem. Let me see. Padding left is 30 pixel, padding right 30 pixel. So text align center, I think this should go into the outer div, or I think I need to use, okay, it's working. Is it really centered? Looks like, yeah. Okay, let's leave this. Maybe I can say like 80 pixel. Yeah, it's more like to the bottom, or also 50 pixel. All right, so this looks good to me. Well, I want to have like a border top 1 pixel solid black. Padding top 10 pixels, 20 pixels, and I'm going to add 20 pixels here. I'm going to make this 70. Okay, maybe 80 is better for spacing. Okay, we have an equal spacing on the bottom and on the top of the button. So cool. Yeah, one thing I don't like about buttons is the outline. So right now, if I click, as I said, outline none, as I click, it's not becoming blue as before. Okay, so what I want to do now is I want to show the new activity form instead of this alert. And to do this, I forgot how this is done. Add activity. On the home page, when I press start, the add activity function is working, which calls the set screen add activity, which is set by up. Okay. Set screen. So I need to pass the set screen to the activities list too. So set screen equals set screen, so we can access this. So into the activities component we have a new prop, which is set screen, and since I call this from the activities list, I need to pass set screen in as part of the props. Set screen. So we can already see that the props are a bit too many. I can look into another solution, but for the time being I'm just going to organize them like this. I think that props are the simplest way to pass state and functionality across components in React, and as long as we can, we are going to use them, because otherwise things get complicated very fast. Alright, so we have set screen, and now in the activities list we can get the set screen prop. So when the button is clicked here, instead of saying alert add a new activity, I'm going to say set screen. I forgot the name of the screen, but in home page I'm going to use this add activity. So this is what should happen. Okay, so now when I press the button, I should see the new activity form appearing. We got it. So why is this so ugly? I think that we did something in CSS to make this so ugly now. Let me see. But before worrying about that, I want to check if the activity is stored. So I can say went camping, great camping on the mountain. Save activity, nothing happens. So what I expect here is that I want to see the activities list. We don't have any error here. We have a new activity in the IndexedDB database. I think so. In the add activity form here, I say save activity, and all happens is store activity is called. So store activity is this function that simply stores the activity into IndexedDB. I want to pass set screen to this component as well, so that here we have set screen, and when the activity is saved, when the activity is added, I say set screen activities, which I think that this, okay, screen the activities is going to print the activities. Alright, so let me change this from save activity to add activity. It's just a better name, because it's going to add a new activity. Okay, so here I say went camping again, never tired of camping, and I click save activity, and I can see the activities list. Pretty cool. So that's it for today. I think that we already have made a lot of progress. So as a recap, I fixed this activity selection on mobile, and then I added this button to add a new activity, and I also fixed this save activity thing. The form now is a little bit ugly, but I'm going to fix this probably in the next lesson, and we are also probably going to store some more data, or maybe I look into the backend. I still have to decide. That's the nice thing about this. So thanks again for getting the course, and see you tomorrow. In this video we are going to work on the add activity form. We are going to add some new data. First thing, I want to start a Trello board, because like I need to be more organized with what I need to do, what I'm doing, and what I done. So we have like these three columns. I can already add like the thing we did in the previous video. So I add a new activity button in the sidebar. Then I made when adding an activity, switch back to the activities list. Alright, so today what I want to do, so if you remember, we have like this we have this form here to add an activity, but in our mockups we had like the form to add a new activity is a bit more like, has a bit more things in it. So as you can see here, we have like a calendar to choose a date, which we don't have right now, and we also have a map to choose a location from. So one thing I want to do in this video is to work on the map. So I'm going to say add map, location, add map to choose location in the activity form, and also I identified another activity, which is add the calendar like date and time picker for activity. And while we are here, I'm going to add the date and time to list and detail, and also add the location data to the activity details. Alright, so I think that the first thing we are going to do today is this. I'm also going to add a new thing here, which is where we need to fix the. Let me go to the application. Let me go back. Let me go back here. Okay, so right now I have this button here, but what I want to do is I want to add it to the sidebar. So in mobile, add the new activity button in the sidebar. This is something I'm not going to do now, so I leave it in this column for later. So we will use the Trello for organization purposes. Now we go on this side. So what I want to do now is this. I was like investigating some of the maps services maps libraries that we can use in JavaScript, and Leaflet is one of the best one I have seen. It's very simple, and so in the quick start guide here, there is this example I was seeing the other day, which already basically has what we need, because like we open this map, probably the default location will be determined by the browser using the geolocation API, but we can move around and like choose another location. For example, we can choose here, and when we choose some place, we will display like a pin on the map, and this will be the location for the activity. And let's see if so clicking around, I think it's a good first start. Maybe we can later use the some odd type functionality that allows us to drag the pin around, but this is more advanced than needed. And another thing I want to do is I want a text box to type a location, and then we will choose from a list of location we find that match the text, and we will move them up on that location, and we can store that in activity. So let's see the code for this example here using view source. It's just like 40 lines of JavaScript, and let's go into VS Code here. I'm going to first I want to like have the add activity being the default component, because add activity, let's see, activity save, this application loads with the form, so I just see the form when the application reloads, when I do any change in the code. Then I will roll back these two activities as before. So what I want to do here is I want to add a map picker, And so let me add this between the title and the description, and this will be a map picker component. This component, I need to import this, import map picker from map picker in the same folder. So here, map picker. One thing I want to do here, however, is like map picker. Let me first create a very simple component. Return map map picker. All right, map picker. So. Alright, it's already appearing, as you can see here. One thing I can do right now is I can reorganize and add a new folder with the add activity for the add activity form, because I think we are going to use more components later. So update imports. Oh yes, thank you. So VS Code tells me that it can automatically update the imports. So what does this mean is that we have this new folder location here, and it's already working. So thank you, Visual Studio Code. Okay, right now we have our map picker here, and what I can do is I can add a new state in the activity, which is location, and set location, which will be an empty object. So the location will have like a new, so the location object will have a longitude and a latitude properties, longitude and latitude. So this will be true numeric values that identify the position on the map. So let me restore this empty object here. So location, set location, map picker, set location. We are going to pass the set location here, so that when the map picker, so I can also pass the location here, and in the map picker component, when the map is moved, we are going to call the set location to set the value, and since we pass the location value to, we are going to update the location. This state will be linked. Dogs barking. So I think that we can import them here, location, set location. So this syntax is like in the other components. We have an object destruction in syntax. So one thing I need to do here is I need to find out. So this code here in the example for leaflet is very nice, and I can just import this into the component, except So, and being this a functional component, we need to find like the perfect place to initialize the JavaScript and also like destroy any object we build. And like in a class-based component in React, if you have used that, you will use the component did mount and component will unmount lifecycle methods. Since this is a stateless component, I'm going to use hooks, and in particular I'm going to use effect. So in this article I wrote about React hooks, which you can find at flaviocopes.com/React hooks. You can see that I have this access lifecycle hooks paragraph. And basically what I say here is that we need to use the useEffect hook. So let me import it from React, useEffect, and here before the return I'm going to say like component did mount, and the component will unmount is basically inside here. So we return a function from the useEffect callback, and it's here component will unmount. Okay, component will unmount. So these strings are just to say this is what happens. It's like if it was a stateful component, but there is no component in mount and component will unmount methods in this functional component. So I'm basically emulating their respective functionality. So I can go here and open the console. And this is running forever. Why? We have some kind of loop. Let me see, looping, infinite loop. Oh, right, I need to pass an empty. If present, if effect will only activate if values in the list change. Let me see. All right, this is what I needed to do. And if now I press save activity, and for example, let's say camping at the lake, nice camping, I should see the component will unmount. Okay, perfect. And component did mount back when the form was added. So I think I need to add this to my no, I have this here. Okay, yes, I think I need to make this more clear in my blog post, so I mark down for later. Alright, so we have what we need to implement the leaflet component here. So I'm going to pick the code. The code is this. I'm just going to replicate what we have. So I'm going to say initialize map. And the initialize map function is this one. Okay, we will refactor the code in a bit. I'm going to say let L. No, actually I need to import leaflet. So this code here does this thing. So we basically need to import leaflet in React, and I'm also going to import the CSS. So I can import the CSS into the let me see. The CSS is this one, so I can pick this and say duplicate this into leaflet, the CSS, copy the code, and I'm going to import this here. Well, actually in the app component, leaflet, and then so there is this library too, React Leaflet. It's an abstraction of leaflet as React components. So I think that I'm just going to use leaflet because I think it's simpler to reason about. But I'm going to install leaflet as an npm package here. So let me say npm install leaflet. So actually I added it to app.js, but I need to add it to the map picker component. Okay, it's installed. I can run npm start again. So here I don't have any error. Oh, let me see here. Yeah, I need to... Is there any download here? I need to download the assets to add this. Well, let me see if I can like link external CSS in React. So I think that I can add this to public. So I'm going to move the leaflet library into public here. No, I don't want to do that. I'm going to move the leaflet library here. So right, instead of creating this leaflet.css file here in, well, let me import this in map picker. Okay, import, this is going to be, I think, leaflet. Let's see if this works. No, this is not in public, so I need to say this is components source public. This was in components. Another one. Oh, alright, I need to import this. This is like a stupid problem, this is blocking me. Inside source, yes. Let me see. Yeah, map container not found. Alright, what I need to do here let me first worry about this. I need to add a map in the JSX. So this is the HTML we need. Map ID is the ID of the map, which is then referenced in here. So let me, okay. The style prop expects mapping, map picker, line 58. Oh, alright, I can't use this. I need to use, well, I'm going to use my CSS emotion library. Should be good to go. Yeah, before I can use this, I need to, let me see here. Okay, I need to import CSS and JSX. I don't need to import React anymore. Oh, I need to do that. Yes, I needed to do that. So I should see a map, but I'm not seeing it. Why not? Let me see. So this map here, because sometimes the thing is there, but it's simply not visible. Alright, that's the case. So we have a map, it's simply not visible because, I don't know, 500 pixels. Yeah, maybe I can... Why it's not visible? The elements are here. Width, height? Maybe... CSS? I think I didn't declare this in the correct way. CSS equals CSS. Yeah, I think that I'm using the wrong... So JSX should be... alright, I missed this. I missed this thing here. This simple comment here is preventing me to have this thing work, and now it works. So it works like in the demo of the leaflet here, which is pretty cool, right? So what I can do now is So what I can do now is like I want to set the location when I click somewhere. So first let me see. You click the map at this position. This is printed by here. You print the map at this location. So I'm going to remove these markers here. Okay. I'm also used to remove the IMAP pop-up here. This is all sample code. This is something I need, but let me use const because I have like an allergy to var. I'm going to remove the semicolons because I don't like semicolons. And then I'm going to say const on map click equals it's an event. And then I'm going to pick the lat long, latitude and longitude. Alright. So so activity location is this, and I think I can like here in on map click in the event handler so I need to call set location, which right now it's passed here on the component, so I need to initialize map. I'm going to pass set location and also location. So let me see. Yeah, I think that I need both. So location, set location, and I'm going to say let map here equals null, and my map, my map. So my map, I'm going to initialize it here. So when like I'm going to unmount the component, I'm going to say that my map is equals null. So basically I am destroying the map. I think. So let destroy map. There is a way to destroy a map safely. Map dot remove. Okay, I think I need to do this. So my map dot off, and I'm going to call it map instance because it's better. Map instance. Okay, I'm also going to attach this event here. Okay. Also the pop-up. Fine. So what I want to do here is that when I click, I'm going to say set location to event.lat_long. So let me also like console.log this object, so you can see it in the console. It's an object with lat and lng, these two values. These two values are going to be it's a lat long object, so I don't actually need the whole lat long event leaflet. I don't need the whole object here, because yeah, as you can see, it's a type, represents a geographical point. All I want is an object which has a latitude and a longitude. Set location, it's a new object with lat is this and long is this. Lat and long. Okay. Perfect. So the map is centered on this, like on this set of points here, and this is the zoom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use location.lat and location.lng, which are like 0, 0. So invalid, undefined, undefined. So lat here, lat. I can say like if it's undefined, I'm going to use this value, which was the default of the map. Then I will use another value, which is the geolocation, which we get from the browser. So so basically yeah, here we have a warning which says React hook use effect as missing dependencies, location and set location. We need to include them here. Location, set location. We need to include them here because, as you can see now, when I click somewhere, the set location function is called on the parent, which resets the which like updates the location object. The location object is passed down to this component, the map picker, and use effects is now as a dependency on location is now like repainting itself. So I'm moving around, but basically what I'm doing, I'm setting the location for the place. So if I set this to be in like North America, I'm going to have the map resets to North America. One thing I need to do here is I want like a marker. I want a marker. Let me see how to do that. Yeah, I need this thing here. How can I do that? Let me see, we only have one map here, so probably the code is inlined. It was this. Okay. This is the code I need to enter in my here. So I have the tile layer, which is the map from well, actually I'm using this access token for Mapbox, so I need to so this is probably this is surely the access token for the leaflet website. So I need to figure out this thing after I add the marker. So here we have latitude and longitude, and I'm going to set this to the thing I was using before. Where was that? Here. This thing add to map instance. Pop-up is current location or activity location. So let me see. Alright, the activity location is set to whatever. For example, I click here on Battersea Park and this becomes the new location. Perfect. So this is now assigned to the activity. Let me first figure out this thing. So I need to figure out leaflet quick start. So the token, your Mapbox access token. Why do I need Mapbox? Mapbox. Is this thing? No, I don't need that. For example, the home page here does not use that. So I will be pretty happy with this view. So here we have add layer. So after I set the view, I can say add layer OSM, which is this thing here. And I'm going to remove that layer from Mapbox. Okay, which is a service I don't want to use. Oh, perfect. Fine. So we have our map here, and this is going to set the location. I don't know about these errors, but I think they are map things. So we can set let me make this like smaller. Nice. So what I want to do is I want to save this to the activity when I store the activity in the IndexedDB database. So we have our save activity somewhere, which is add activity, store activity. I'm going to save the title, the location, and the description. Store activity. Store activity is passed down by the app component here. So store activity is this one. I'm going to, we are just saving this as an object. So if now I say, for example, fun in London, had fun in London, then I press save. Here is our activity, and we can see in the application tab we have this activity, fun in London, and it stores the latitude and longitude. Perfect. Okay, so we have what we need. This video has already gone too long on this, and I'm going to stop it here. But first I am going to, here in Trello, I added the map here. I'm going to move it to done. What I need to do to finish this feature, I want what I want to do. I want to get the current location from the geolocation API, so we don't center it on London for no reasons at all. Then I want to have a box where I can enter a place and then move the map there, so move the location there. And map. Okay, and then I want to visualize the map into the activity detail here, basically. All right, so this is the thing we need to do. So I'll see you in the next video. Hi, so in this video we are going to continue working on the application. So we have, like in the previous video, we ended at this situation. We have like the map and we can move around, use the buttons, and when we click somewhere, the map is centered upon that location. So it resets the activity place, basically. So I want to look into the Trello board. Here we have the things we need to do, and the add the location data to the activity details. We did this already. Add the date and time picker for activity. Oh, well, let me do this thing here, which is like a quick win to start off this video, which is visualize the map into the activity detail. So here we have like our activity form, but say we go into the code here, and inside the app.js file we are going to set, let me minimize these things, I'm going to set the activities is the default state, default screen, sorry. So when I click Fun in London, this activity has already the as the location data, because inside the application data activities indexdb, in the diary.lol database we have the activities store, which contains this item here, the Fun in London activity. Here we have the location object and the lat and lng properties. So what I want to do is I want to show a little map which is not interactive. It's just going to show the location. So this should be even simpler than what we did yesterday in the other video. So I had this map picker component. I'm going to copy this. Let me show the sidebar. So I'm going to copy this into let me make an activity detail folder, because it's a folder, activity detail folder, and inside here I'm going to use the activity location.js file will contain the activity location component, activity location. That's the activity location component. we initialize the map and we so we get the location object which contains like the latitude and longitude. So I think that yes, we can use the location here. Set location is not something we are going to pass here because we are not editing the location. Let's use this JSX for the time being, and I'm just going to, so everything here should be working. I'm just going to change this map code here. So this code, so in the previous lesson I basically added this marker in the location, and then I set a click event handler. I'm going to remove the click event handler because the map is going to be static, and so yeah, we can use everything in here. We are going to have a location this time, so I don't provide any defaults. So this should be already fine for me. Set location is not something I'm going to pass here, so we can remove the parentheses. Now let's use this component into the detail here. So I'm going to copy this to the activity detail folder, and the nice VS Code tells me to update the paths that include this component. I'm going to save all because, as you can see here, this component activities.js was edited to change the path for this component detail here. Alright, I can also rename this into activity detail. I think so. Activity detail. So, right, activity detail. Then I want to rename this activity detail. Yes, update the location everywhere this is used. It's only used in activity.js. So here, yeah, you always need to check what VS Code is doing because it actually freaked out adding this name at the end, which I don't need. Okay, so activity detail. Then I need to update the JSX, and it's all fine. Let me see if it's actually all fine. Funny none. Okay, so now I'm going to go into the activity detail component, and before the description I'm going to, well, first I need to import activity location from dot slash, which means the current folder slash activity location. I don't need to specify .js. This is my dog. It's not a cow. Okay, so I can use this in the JSX now. Activity location, and I'm going to pass the location object, which is current activity dot location. So let me save, and let's go here. So cannot read property lat of undefined. So apparently we have the location object is undefined. Why? So if this is undefined, I'm going to pass an empty object. Let me see. Define undefined. Maybe 0, 0 to test. This is not going to. This is not a valid syntax here. Yeah, what I can do is I can handle this case here in initialize map. So if dot location, I'm just going to return, and also if there is no location dot lat or location dot long return. All right, so yeah, so basically what happens, the reason I had this error is because the component is actually being rendered without any data, even if I don't have a location selected. So this is something I need to fix. But first let's click this activity and see if the map shows up. No. Set activities. So let me see here, activity detail, activity location. We have this error on line 31. So line 31 is this one. Map instance dot off. Why? Cannot read property of null. Alright, since I added this code here, we introduced the possibility that the map is null. So the map instance property stays null, otherwise it's always initialized. So I could like avoid this case by preventing this component to be loaded. But let's also say like if map instance, I'm just going to return. This will prevent any problem like this. So yeah, we can see the map here, and when we click around nothing happens. The location stays in the same place. We can still move around in the map, which is something I don't want to do. JS static map. Saving leaflet, no. No, generate static, no. Let me just go on the website of leaflet in the docs. Maybe we have for statics. So no, creation, maybe in creation. Yeah, the map options are prefer canvas, attribution control, subcontrols. So we can set all the controls here to be false. For example, close pop-up on click. If you remember, like, let me choose, yeah, map container is being reused by another instance. This is one problem I need to fix, but I'm trying to fix another problem now. Let me see here. Okay, I have this activity location. If I click, the pop-up goes away. So I'm I'm going to pass. Yeah, as you can see here, we have the options for the map. Here I say, so close pop-up on click false. We have other options here. We have zoom snap, forces the map, no, zoom delta, don't care. Track resize, maybe we can leave this. Box zoom, the map can be zoomed by dragging the mouse, no, false. I want this to be as static as possible. Double click zoom, false. Dragging, false. This is going to prevent dragging around the thing. Zoom control, false. And also attribution control. What is an attribution control? Attribution data knob. Well, I need to have the attribution data, I think. Alright, so this already reloaded, and No. Oh, well, let me see, because I'm adding this to the wrong place, I think. L.map. Yeah, I was adding this to the wrong object. L.map, map ID. Yes, we have an ID, and then we need to have the object with the options. All right. So these three dots. Yes, as you can see, I cannot drag anywhere, and if I click, we have like the pop-up stays there. Well, I think I found a bug. Yeah, it went away. Well, oh, I will add a marker. Bind pop-up activity location. Let me see. Open pop-up. So the marker is used to display a clickable, draggable icon on the map. Let me see if I have. Maybe. Draggable, autopan, autopan speed. So this is where we can also like introduce the functionality to drag the marker around. I don't know if we are going to use this. Set icon. So we can use an icon. Changes the marker icon. The icon can be blue icon leaflet uses for markers by default. Let me see. L.marker. So I can add an object here. The icon is going to be l.icon.default. Let me see if this works this way. No, because probably I need to do this. Seems to work, but I'm also adding this pop-up here. So maybe I just need to add this code. No. So icon. So I don't have a default marker. Let me see like this. So we have two problems here. The first is that I can't add the marker, and I need to figure out this. Right now I'm just going to keep this activity location here, and the second thing is that scrolling is enabled. But maybe we can leave the scrolling so we can like have a better idea where the activity took place. Wow, the marker is completely... Yes, this thing is completely unrelated to where I set the activity, which was in London. And also, zooming in and out is not going to play well with this. Depending on where the mouse is, where I zoom out, it's going to change the centering of the pop-up here. This is not something I like. So, back to square one. Let me see. So marker shouldn't be this hard. right? L.marker is used to display clickable, draggable icons on the map. So I think that this should be already working. Add to map instance. Let me reuse the location. And let me comment this out. I should see a marker here. Where is that? So I can, let me inspect this map here. And as you can see, the mouse changes here because we actually have the marker. So the marker, oh, no, yes, this invalid URL. Why is this an invalid URL? So the marker is a PNG which is encoded as database 64 value, as you can see here. This says that it's not a valid. But I think we have the markers here in the source leaflet images marker icon. This is the icon I want to display. So probably what I can do, let me figure this out. Well, I could copy this into a location that I can access from the JavaScript, which is public probably. Let me add an image folder. I'm going to copy the marker icon. Let me see if this is working. So I should have like image marker icon. Okay, I can access this using the public folder. So what I can do in activity location is I can set the marker icon. So here I can say icon is this thing here, which is relative to the domain. No, create icon is not a function. Wrong. So icon okay, I need to set icon is an object, so my icon and var my icon is const. My icon is this object here, and the URL is this. Okay, so let's see, remove the shadow. Okay, it's kind of working. I just need to, yeah, it's kind of working. What I need to do now, and it's also more precise when I zoom out, as you can see here. I just need to adjust the size of this thing. But it's probably, I don't know, 55. Icon anchor, pop-up anchor. Maybe I can remove all this. Let me see. Looking good. Probably I can also remove the size, and it will figure it out automatically. Sort of. No, it's not going to. It needs a size. It actually also needs the anchor and the pop-up. because otherwise it's going to move away, because I changed the size here. So basically we have the size of the icon and also the anchor for the icon. So without that, the anchor does not know where it should be like pointing at. As you can see here, it's pointing in the same place even if I zoom out. So if I didn't have this zoom thing, I didn't have any problem, but I don't know. So probably what I can do is like 65 and 64. Let me see. It doesn't need to be super precise, because if we zoom out, okay, no, it's going to be good. Okay, let me just make the map a little bit smaller. Cool. I can move these. Where should I move this? So I'm going to remove. Well, let's center this map, and so I'm going to say margin 0 auto. Okay, it's already working, and I can say padding top is 30 pixels and padding bottom is 30 pixels. It's not working because I need display block, probably. No, it's not working. Wow. Well, I'm just going to add this to the map picker. I think the problem is that this is handled by the leaflet library. So removing everything in here. Okay, it's already sort of working, but I need margin auto in the map itself. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is I want to remove the map title here. But as you can see, this map, well, first thing, if there is no location data, I don't want to see the map, right? So as you can see here, we have these controls, and if location is not existing, I just return. I return use effect must be the first thing executed, so nothing was returned from the renderer, so I probably need to render like an empty div or something. Okay, so if I don't have the map, I don't, well, this was an error. If I don't have the map location data, I don't render the map. But this is only happening for the activities we have defined before we add the map form. Anyway, so we have this error which I'm going to solve now. Say we have map instance.remove. Map container is being reused by another instance. Activity location. So let me see what this error even means. If I Google this, yeah, the container is being reused by another instance, and it's a leaflet specific error. So remove can run on already removed instances. It's being reused by another instance. So this is something from 2016. You cannot run map.remove when it has been already removed and the container is being reused by another instance, making both instances work in the same map container. What is a map container? So I think that like when so this happens, when does this happen? When I click like on a activity that has no location, and then I click on an activity that has a location. So if map instance return, let me say console.log map instance, because it seems like this code is running even though it should not run. So I'm going to open the console and then clicking Fun in London, camping at the lake. So we have the map instance, we add this. So, and then I click again Fun in London. So this is still, this is not null, but it should be null, because oh, right. So if the location is not there, if the location is not there, there is one thing I need to do before returning like anything. I need to do this here, or first, before returning an empty div element, I need to set the map instance object here to null. Okay, I think that now I go Fun in London, camping at the lake, Fun in London, camping at the lake, and the bug is gone. Very cool. So I'm going to remove the console log here. The other thing I want to do in this video is I want to remove the map. So yeah, I actually removed the map here. That you remember there was this string that appeared in the page, but basically this meant that the activity detail was appearing. So I can say detail, and you can see we have this string here, even though we have no detail. So what I want to do is there is no current activity. So if there is no current activity, I'm going to return an empty div, which, let me see, test. No, it's not working. Why? So let me figure this out. Console.log current activity. I need to open the console. So, oh wow, so this is an empty object, and in addition it's looping forever. So I think that I saw a comment on a video that was telling me this problem. So let's solve both things. So current activity, I should not get an empty object, right? And I get this from the activities here, current activity. So current activity, okay, the thing is that it's an empty object when I start. If I set this to null, what happens? It works. So I'm just going to set this to null. And the other thing is that, so now I need to remove this test thing, but let me see if I still get the infinite. yes, I got this infinite thing. So this component is being re-rendered forever with no end in sight. Let me see if this also happens here. So yes. So what am I doing? What am I doing here? So activities. Yeah, the problem is use effect, and I need to set like this. Okay, I need to pass in init activities, otherwise I can't access that, and also set activities. So this was a problem with the use effect hook. Yeah. Well, why does it say that I have an unnecessary dependency here? It seems to work fine. Let me go into the activity, to the activities code, and I'm going to add back the infinite console log, and now it's not going to repeat indefinitely. And this was, yes, I remember this was a comment on a YouTube video, so I think this is solved. I'm done because I wrote a blog post on React hooks where I say this explicitly, and I keep forgetting even what I write. And I solved this problem like in the previous video, I think, or in the one before. So we can wrap this. We did it. We have a map here. If the location does not have a map, we don't show it. We can switch and the map is recreated. Pretty cool. So see you in the next video. Hi, so in today's video I am going to implement the date functionality for the activity, and we are going to use a date picker. So here you can see in my screen I have this library here which I found by searching for React date picker, and I found this nice UI picker which depends on the material UI library for React. I still don't know if I need to use that library everywhere, or I can just pick this little item here, because so this is very nice. We can see an example here. We have the date and the time, and I press this and I get this nice picker here, and then I can choose the time using this cool picker. AM, PM, okay, it's nice. So it's nicer than the native UI for datetime pickers, which I'm going to show to you. So let's go into, in Trello I'm going to pick this card and moving it to doing. Add the time and time picker, the date and time picker for the activity. So here is the application, and I want to add this time picker into the app form. And once we have that, I'm going to work on the UI of this form, which is awful now, but I can refactor that once we have all the pieces. So let's go here, and in app.js I'm going to set add activity to the default state of the application, so when I reload I just see this form like we did previously in other videos, because I don't want to have to click the plus button anytime I reload the page. So next I go into the activity detail component, we have the activity location, but before the location I am going to add the activity date component. The activity date component is a component we don't have yet, and I'm going to create it now. Activity date.js. So I'm going to pick this component and just copy and paste this activity date. I'm going to remove everything. Date. I'm going to remove all these things. I'm calling it activity date, and then I remove everything from the map. Alright, so if I save this, I should see the date string appearing. It's not appearing because why? Activity date. Oh, right, I add this to the activity detail component, while I need to add this into the add activity component. So I'm already confusing the things. So let me see here. Activity date. Activity date is a component which. So let me leave this component here, and I'm going to copy this into add activity, and I'm calling this activity date picker. So I can call it just date picker. Date picker. Date picker. So into add activity, I'm going to import date picker from add activity date picker. Here is date picker, and I see the date picker string here, and here is where I'm going to work now. So if I go into the material UI picker, I can see I need to run this code to install it. So I go in the terminal, press Ctrl C to end the npm start process which was running, and I'm installing the material UI picker. This says that it supports the date management library. So we need an underlying date management library, which is Moment, I think, because it's the most popular one and the one I know how to use, more or less. So the package was installed. I'm going to install Moment and date.io/moment. Okay, so now I can copy this code here. So the application is done installing. I can run npm start again. So we have our React application up and running. I import the UI picker, and then I import the moment-utils library, as the example says. Then I'm going to use this component here, passing the moment-utils object here. So what is root? This example has a root component, which I don't know what that is. Okay, this is a component. This is a higher order component, and you can see higher order components, search them on my blog because I described them, or on my React handbook. Basically they are wrappers for other components, and inside here I can use the datetime picker component, and I need to yes, I need to use a state. So I have a select the state, handle that change, which we are going to pass to the datetime picker component. I need to import the datetime picker component. So let me first, yeah, I need to import the datetime picker component from the material UI/pickers library. And I also need to import use state from React in order to use hooks. So as you can see now, we don't have any error, and we can see in the application can't resolve material UI core. Yeah, I need to install material UI core. This was my doubt I had. So material UI is this very cool library which allows you to, it has almost 50,000 stars on GitHub, so it's very popular, and provides a lot of components pre-made for us for use. And I mean, we could use that as well. Right now I didn't think about using this, but let's see. Now we have installed it, so if we want to use some component, there is no additional cost. So the application reloads. Let's see if we have any other error. Okay, oh, we have the date picker here, and it's working. It's already working, which is very cool. So whenever now the date or time changes, we want to store this into the activity. So the way to do this is like we did in the map picker component. If you remember, we had this props passed to the picker, which are location and set location, which are the location property of the activity and the setter for this. So those two items come from the add activity component. As you can see, we have the map picker component. We are passing those two things, which are defined here as a hook. So right now we define the date and set date time and set date time, and so I think that, so we pass them here. Date time equals, my dog is sleeping. Set date time equals set date time. So we are passing those two things as props to the component. And now inside the date picker component we can use this object destruction syntax, and we have date time and set date time. So on change we are not going to use these two, this local state here, but we are going to use set date time on change, and date time is the value for the time picker. And here is an example of how we need to initialize the date to the current date and time. So we are going to remove this because we don't use hooks locally in this component, but we pass the functions and the datetime property from the add activity component. So the initial state for the datetime object is new date. So let me see. We have the current date right now. Perfect. And if we set this to something else, we are going to update this. And let me see. So in the add activity component, we store the activity in IndexedDB now, but later we are going to use a server, so we're going to send this data into a server. And we have title, location, description, and I add the datetime too. So this store activity function is passed to add activity in the app.js component. Store activity is this one, it stores this activity object into a database. And in this function, we don't need to know the specific properties we are passing. It just dumps the item in the database. So we added the datetime here, and we are set. So now if I say, so this new activity is, for example, went shopping, and the datetime I said that I went shopping on June 1st at 4:16 p.m. At Elephant and Castle, and I say went shopping. And then I press save activity. Okay, we have an error here because I assumed the datetime was at I assumed it was a property which could be serialized, but it's not. It's, what is this? So let me see, I can just say console.log datetime to inspect the object, and now I go here and I just press and I say return, so I don't add the item to the IndexedDB. I press save activity, and we got this printed out. Let me see if I change this to something else. It's not really responsive. And now I press save activity. Yeah, I got a moment object. So I had this time object, JavaScript time object, but now set datetime here. It's not working like we expect it to do. So let me just add a new function here, which I'm going to call it set new datetime. Is a function that gets datetime, new datetime, and then this is going to do something, and then call set datetime with a new value. Okay, so this is going to call the function from the hook to set the new datetime, and I don't want to use I don't want a moment object. What I want to have is a JavaScript data object. So we have this Stack Overflow answer here, which says that, like, I might just need to do this new datetime to date. Let me see, set new datetime. Let me see if this works. So here I reset, let me use vertical. So I set a new date, and then I press OK, and I save activity, and we have the date object. So Now if I go back to the add activity here, I remove the console log because now the activity should save correctly. So the activity title is went shopping, and this time I went shopping to Paris, and then the activity description is went Paris to shop. Alright, I changed the date to June 10 and I click save activity. So now I got a new activity. Where is the new activity? I don't have the activity in IndexedDB. Where is it? So we have 1, 2, 3. I miss one for some reason. I need to figure out why, but here we have it in IndexedDB. It's this activity, went shopping, and the date time is correct. See, we have Monday, June 10, which was the date and time we set, and we have description, location, the title. I just don't understand why it's not showing up. Let me try. So now I go back to app.js and say that the default state is the activities list. Okay, now I see it. I think that I'm not reloading the list of activities from IndexedDB when I add a new activity. This was the problem. So here we can see the activity, and I can display the date now, because so activity date, activity date is the new component from activity date. I'm going to display the activity date before the location. So we pass the date, the date time here, date time, current activity dot date time. So in the date here we receive the date time prop, and I can print it out here. We have an error. What's the problem? Oh, right, this is a date object, so I need to say to string. Let me see. Okay, we have the date string, and I need to parse this into a more readable format. So I can say Flavio that JavaScript dates, I think. Okay, JavaScript dates. I want to format the date into a nice string. So to locate string, I think it's already a nicer way to print a string. It is. So I want to show this like in the balsamic mockups later. So a nice day and month, and also in the list I want to do this. So let me just do that. So I want to print the day and So how to print the date is this method, get date. The month is I want the month name. Month, get month. Alright, so get month is going to get me the month index. Yeah, let me go to Stack Overflow and say JavaScript month name. Get month name from date. Yeah, we have this nice function. This is famous, world famous copying and pasting from Stack Overflow driven development. So we have this array here. What I want to do actually is run feb mar. So I need to do this manually actually. I like single quotes for no reason at all. So we have April, we have May, we have June, we have June, we have August, we have September, we have October, we have November, and we have December. Alright, then the date, we already have the date, which is the time.get month. So yeah, we have this month. So I'm going to return my dog. So the day is this one and the month is this one. I need to wrap this into graph parentheses. Let's go back to the app. Let's go back to when shopping. Okay, 10 June. And now I can just say div. I'm going to wrap this into a div. So let me use CSS equals. So this emotion library, I kind of like it now. After experimenting for a few days with it, like it. And so let me say that this font size is Churem. Cool. And also for the day, I think. The day should be bigger actually. So it should be like 4 RAM or something. Let me see. Oh, nice. So according to the mockups, this should be going into the far right side. So let me focus on the. This is my dog. Woke up. So let me move this thing here. Then I want the activity title, and then I want the map below. So to do this, I'm going to use, guess what? CSS grid. So I'm going into the activity detailed component, and I want to do so display. I need to add another wrapper because due to the like mobile and desktop view, I had to add this display none or block depending on this show activities property, if you remember from the previous videos. So in order to make another grid into this, I need to have another div. So I'm going to have this div element, and this is going to have its own CSS property, and I'm going to say display grid, and I'm wrapping everything into this well, not everything, only the heading part here, only the h1, the date and the location. So the first thing I want to do is divide the whole thing in two. So basically I'm adding a new div which wraps up the h1 and the location, and then I'm moving the date outside of this, and I'm wrapping this. No, I don't wrap it anywhere because it already contains a div element, if you remember here. So now I'm going to say grid template. I always forget the properties, so luckily I can just say CSS grid here to get my tutorial. So columns, grid template rows. Yeah, it was fine. Grid template rows is like auto and like 200 pixels. So what I want to do now, maybe let me set 800 pixels. So let me check with the inspector. So the inspector says that this is the new grid I am making, and yeah, do we have 800 pixels? Yes. So grid template rows. No, I'm dumb because they are not rows, they are columns. Columns. It was working fine because it made 2 rows. So now we can see, okay, we can see it working. There are just too many pixels. So let me figure this out with 200 pixels and auto, looking pretty good. So let me remove the map h2 element here. The width is set to 100%. Let me see if this works. It's well, I think that we can probably use 700 pixels maximum, and then we'd figure out the responsive layout. Why isn't it working? Initialize map. So I set this to be because sorry. So I am dumb because I was editing the map picker instead of the activity education component. So I was editing the thing that is in the form to add a new activity. So let me set this to 100%. Yeah, it's working. I just need to add like padding left. I don't know, 30 pixels. No, it should be margin left 30 pixels. Okay, sort of. I want this went shopping string to be not centered, but I want this to be here. The h1 must be text align left, but I will need a margin as well. Okay, I need margin left 30 pixels. Actually, let's make this 50 pixels. Then I go here, 50 pixels. Pretty cool. I just need to add some padding on the location, on the activity date. So I want this div to be margin top 30 pixels. Looks kind of better. And yeah, I want to remove the scroll wheel reaction to this. It's not doing what I want. The next video. So we kind of did it. Let me remove the date picker. I just search for date picker. Here, I remove this string, and I add some style, like padding top 30 pixels, and also padding bottom. Okay. So okay, I think we are good for this video, and catch you in the next one. I want to start this video by picking the first to do in my list, which is fix the mouse zoom in the map detail view, because like I noticed that if I have a map and I scroll with the mouse over this, then this scrolls, and I don't want to do that. And I was researching this on I searched on Google how to disable the mouse scroll on leaflet. So the first result was this, which basically said I just need to set this property on the map. And I was sure I did that, but I was mistaken, because I checked here in the activity location. Yeah, in the activity location component, I don't set this, so I'm going to add this. Scroll wheel zoom is false. Now let me try again on the React application, and I'm scrolling now, but there is no zoom. So problem solved, and I can go back to Trello and move this to done. Okay, we already did something. The next thing I want to do is add the date and time to list and detail of an activity. And we already have the date here, but we don't have the time. So this is what we did in the last video. In activity date, we have the date time passed as a prop, and we print the day and the month. And I want to print the time too, so I'm going to copy this. Well, actually I'm going to copy this, and instead of get date, I need to go and see, like, so I have my blog post here, and we have the get hours, get minutes, we have the get hours and get minutes. Okay, let me see. Get hours. Yeah, probably I can do get minutes and a colon and then the hours. Let me see. Looks like it's working. I need to make this way smaller. Alright. So this time is not considering like AM, PM. It's like goes from 0 to this goes from 0 to 23. I think now if I'm letting people choose AM or PM, so I think I need to convert this to respect this choice. So instead of this, I want to use like AM, PM, JavaScript, date, PM. Yes, this is what I need. And so we have the first answer is this function here, which I'm going to try right now. So format AMPM, and we can pass this datetime object to the function. I think this should be working. Yeah, so we have 5:12 p.m. So let me see if it's respecting the date. So this is the activity when shopping, and it was 17:12, which translates to 5 p.m. All right. So this function, I want to change this to format time. I call it const format time equals date, and I'm just this needs to be let EMPM is a const because I don't change that, and I can just return this result. I remove semicolons because I don't like them. Cool, so this should work as expected. It is. So now I can go and the next thing I want to do is I want to add the date, only the date and the month to the list, because the time does not fit. So I want to say the activities list is the component that manages what we need, and we have activity.title. So let me say, okay, this is the place I need to edit, and I can add here a div for the activity title, and then I'm going to add another div for the time, well, for the date actually, and I'm going to pick from the activity date component. I want to Yeah, seems like we need to duplicate the logic for the month names. It's not a lot of logic, so I think that we can live with this. So I'm going to keep the month names there, and then I move this JSX into here, and I need to make sure that I am getting a date time object. So I don't use the time, actually I only use the month and the date. Alright, so activity dot datetime is what we need. Why? So some activities don't have the date because I added them before I was using this. So let me try this. Okay, it works, and I'm going to explain what it does. So if this little piece of code means that if the activity.datetime is a true-ish value, which means it's not null, it's not undefined, it's not zero, it's not an empty string. So if there is a value here, we are going to execute the second statement here, which prints, which is going to return the date and the day and the month. So probably, I mean, every activity in the end will have the day, so a date and time assigned. So let me, I add that code for safety reasons, so we don't get any error, but I'm also going to remove all those activities that don't have any time assigned. Now if I reload the app, we have only the activity with the time here. So I want to format the data a little bit, the list a little bit better, and probably I can move the title below, which will be simple for us to, like, let me check. Yeah, I can say here CSS equals this thing, and I want to have, like, we can use grid. So we have the title and the date. So what we need to do is we need to wrap, we are actually wrapping everything into this li element, so I can add a display grid here, and need to say grid template columns. I'm going to have like 50, maybe 80 pixels and auto. So it's working as we expect, because we have like the date in the first column, which is 80 pixel. I'm going to make it smaller. Let me see if this works. Yeah, I think it's better. And then the title is going to have like font size 1.5 rem. There is an error. Strings are not allowed as CSS prop values. Alright, I need to use the CSS tag template here. Alright, yeah, I think that this will not work with long titles. 1.2. Let me make the column smaller for the day, a little bit bigger. Looks like a nice spacing, especially if we have a bigger title. So let me try adding a new activity. Went on the mountain camping, and I'm choosing, yeah, this activity date works fine for me. Let me pick a mountain. So I'm going to pick somewhere here in the Alps, and then I'm going to say I went camping on the Alps at 3000 meters. Not going to happen. Save activity. So I need to fix this, and I'm going to add a ticket into my Trello, which is automatically reload activities when I add a new one. I'm going to move this up here, because now if I reload with Command R, I'm going to see the new activity. And another thing I want to fix is the activities order. They are now ordered by ID, which means they are ordered by the order with which I add them to IndexedDB. So the last activity I save is always going to be last on the list, regardless of the date I use. But I want to show the most recent dates, activities first. So this should be inverted in the order. So I'm going to add this to Trello too. Fix order of activities by date, descending. I think I can do this next. All right. So yeah, what I was testing was the longer title, and I think it's working pretty good. Right. And one thing I don't want is I don't want to be able to select the text here. It's something we can do with CSS, and I'm going to add another ticket. Disable selecting text with the mouse. In the list, there are some places where I might want to allow this, like for example here to allow copy pasting, but not here. I don't care. Maybe in the description, but I'm going to refactor the description part later. We are also going to have a rich text editor in a form. So now I can archive this ticket here, which I'm doing, add the title, add the date and time to list and detail. We did that. Now I want to fix the order of activities by date, descending. Let me see. So the activities are passed to the activities list component, and this is done here in the activities component, which handles all the view, including the list, the data, the form. So the activities are passed down by another component, which is app.js, and they are initialized in this init activities function, which gets them from the IndexedDB database. So we have activities here. We need to order the activities. Well, actually sort the activities. I think this is the English word for what I want to do. And the activities now are activities. They are an array. So let me Open the console here. No, it's a promise, right? Yeah, it's a promise because we need to do this somewhere else. We need to do it here before we set them, right? Or maybe I can add another function which I call const get activities equals this function, and it must be an async function, and so here I get the activities from the function I saw before, and here I'm going to say const activities equals wait get activities. So this is responsible for calling the above function, and now I sort the activities and return them. So let me now see the console because I want to see, yes, we have an array with objects defining the activity. So I can find the time here to compare it. So what I am going to do is search on Google value in JavaScript. This looks like what we need to do. We have an array which is pretty similar. So looks like this is the thing we need. So this is even shorter. Let me see. So we have our array activities is an array. We use the sort method on the array, and we pass a function here which contains one item and then another item in this array. And I'm going to return a new date with ab.datetime minus a.datetime. And this is going to return a new array. So activities equals activities.sort. But what I need to do here is I need to declare it as let, because I am editing this reference of the variable. So const is using const will generate an error. So let me go to the app. It seems that it's working because we have the June 26 activity now ranks above the June 10, so as we want. And if I said like plus here, I would have the opposite thing. And yeah, also if I say like B and A, if I invert the order of the operators of the operands here, I'm going to see different results, the opposite results. So cool, we've done this. Yeah, I think we can end the video here today, and see you in the next one. Hi, in this video I want to do one part of the application, which is the editor. As you can see here, we have the activity form, which is ugly at the moment, but we will improve that later. First, I want to fix this thing, the activity description, because we want a real editor. So let's do it. I was searching, as you can see from my tabs here, I was searching for an editor which can help me. I knew, for example, two editors which I used in the past. There was TinyMC and there was CK editor. So TinyMC has changed everything, I think, and they have a new website called Tiny Cloud. It's called Tiny, and apparently they, well, the editor looks pretty good. This is more like Word. We have an inline editor and a distraction-free mode, which is probably a thing I am looking at. This is one of the things I'd like to use. And apparently we have like a free plan, starter plan, which has like product attribution required, and we have these limits. It's basically a commercial product now. It's no longer a free product like it was in the past. So let me look at other things. So I was searching on Google and I found, like, well, CK editor is one editor I used in the past. Let me see if it's still like open source or what. CK editor 5. Responsive images, media embeds. Looks pretty good. And seems like, yeah, it also has like an image upload and file manager, but this is mostly for like a content management system, not what we are going to do. But hey, ready for your favorite technology: React, Angular, Vue, Electron. Let me see here. Pricing. So it's free for freelancer and small projects. One application, commercial license, up to 2 developers. So we are making a, I'm not making a commercial product with my application, but in case I was, the ability to have a commercial license is one of the things you must look at. You can't use a product if it needs a commercial license without paying for it. So another editor I was looking at is Quill, your powerful rich text editor. The nice thing is that being JavaScript, these editors all have a preview in the browser. So this looks pretty good, built for developers, cross-platform. There is no pricing page, which means it's free, completely free, I think. Let me see in the blog, the state of Quill. Quill 1.0 was announced 3 years ago, and it's still the version we are going to use. So another thing I need to consider when choosing the editor is this thing well supported, or is this thing abandoned? So the last commit is from 18 days ago. We have 32,000 stars, used by 14,000 packages and projects. I think this is pretty good to use, right? Another editor I was looking at was this Froala editor. It has a pricing page, and apparently there is no free use for this editor, so I'm going to quit the page. And maybe we can use CK editor. Is one of the most established editors, and this is like more structured like a real business. It's a real business. Like they have these add-ons which want us to purchase. We need to subscribe before doing anything, apparently. It's open source, but we need to subscribe to use it, I think. So I found this project by searching React Quill on Google, and this is the thing we are going to try now, because this is a Quill component for React. This is the official page for it, and so this is the editor. So yeah, it has different modes. So this is like more medium-like, which I kind of like it. The other thing, yeah, this is the snow theme. This is another theme which I think I'm going to use to start with. This is the, yeah, let's see. Let's start and then we'll see. We see how to use it. So yeah, we install using npm. npm install react quill. Then we can use the ES6 syntax to import it as soon as it's working. Alright, we can run npm start again. Here is the application. Let me use a dark theme. Okay, so where do I want to add this? It's in the activity here in this component. So I think I need to add this component into the add activity folder because I always try to look into there. Okay, update the imports for add activity. Let me search where we use the add activity component. Okay, all right. We need to save. Can't find module add activity date picker. So this error comes from here, I think. Can't resolve. Okay, it's working. It was a caching issue, I think, because the URL was updated here. So basically the problem was that I had add activity / date picker, but I moved the add activity file into the folder. So now I can reference these components using / because it's in the same folder, as you can see here. So now I'm going to import, referencing the documentation, I'm going to import React quill from React quill. So the editor warns me that I don't use this component, so let me use it now. So yeah, let me load the CSS as well. And then I am going to load the component here in the JSX. So instead of using the text area, I will use this React quill component. First I want to see how it works. So we have a value and an onChange props. So in onChange I can reuse this callback I was using. I'm going to set the description, and the value is the description, which is defined here. So basically initially there is no description, there is no content, because this is the form to add a new activity. And later I will also add the form to edit the activity. So let me see if this thing is working. Cool, we have the editor here. and we can start like saying I went we got an error. So cannot read property value of undefined. On change. So on this callback here. Oh right. So I moved this callback from the text area, and in the text area I could reach the current description by referencing event.target.value. But here we have a different system. I need to figure out how to get the current value stored in the editor, which will be some HTML value. And let me figure out this and the change. So we get the value directly into onChange. By reading this code here, I can see that we get the value. So I can directly say set description value. Let me see if this works. So I'm going back to the app, I'm opening the form, and I can type something, and it seems like it's working. So now I can enter a link, test. This is a link, okay, to test.com. And if I save the activity now, well, let me testing this activity. So I'm going to set them up. The day is today. Save activity. So I still need to fix this thing that does not reload the activities. I need to manually reload the application to see the activity. Okay, I now see that, and as you can see here, we got the HTML, which was stored into the description, which is great. Perfect. So basically I need to think about sanitizing this HTML which we get from the editor at the moment we store it in the database, and yeah, we need to figure out how to prevent, and I need to sanitize it also when adding this HTML into the page, because right now, as you can see, it's treated as text, but I want to have the application interpret this as HTML. This is something we are going to do. So now the form here is pretty cool. And what I can do now, so by looking into Balsamiq, we can see that the form to enter a new activity was defined. Here, it was defined here, but let me see. So what I'm thinking now is that I need a layout for this form, and I think I need to create some, let me try on mockups. And I'm going to use browser container. Alright, and here I'm pasting the form data. So I want to add the editor here, like in the normal view when the browser is big. I want to have this this layout be more user-friendly. So let's start by creating a little grid for this. So here on the add activity.js, we are not using this the emotion library which we use elsewhere, and so let me copy and paste this code here. Add activity. Instead of importing React, I'm going to just import useState, because React was needed here to use JSX. But now we are importing the JSX from Emotion Core, which takes care of our inline CSS, which is the thing we are going to use now. Using this tag template, we are going to say display, it's a grid. So we are going to organize the grid in a way similar to this. So we will have the title here, the map below. We will have, well, actually what I'm going to do, since the date in the form is like smaller, we get this text here, which I'm going to paste into the form. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to use the date there, and the map is a little bit bigger on the right side of the form. And below here I will have the description, which we are going to do now, and I will add the space to upload images here on the right. So this is images, something we are not we don't have yet, but we will add as soon as possible. I still need to think if the editor can handle uploading images, and that would solve our problem, because we can just make the editor big and it will solve the problem for us. We will need to code this solution. So let me first do the upper part here. We are going to have 2 columns. So I'm going to wrap everything into 2 rows. The first row is this, the header, and then I will have the second row here for the description and the images. Then I will cut this first row into 2 columns, and finally I will cut the first column into 2 rows, or maybe I can just use padding and a block element. So let me see here. As I said, I'm going to add a div, which is going to wrap the activity and the date and the map. And finally I will have another div which wraps the description. So, and the save button at the end. So, well, I think that the save button is going to be somewhere else at the end of this, because otherwise you can see it if the editor is too big. It's not, from a usability point of view, users might not notice the save button and they might never add an activity. So maybe I can add it on top, on the top right of the page. Let's see. So let's go ahead. See, here we add our CSS. So first I need to say that we have two rows, as I said. So grid template rows, it's maybe 400 pixels, and then auto, and then 100 pixels for the button. Let's see. I need to have well, let me add 500 pixels. I can't see the editor anymore, I don't know why. Let me try if there is any error. No, I don't think. The problem is this. Yes. So adding this code makes the editor disappear for some reason, but let's figure out how to work with the header first. We will check out why it disappeared. Little mystery. Columns, we have like a 500 pixel column. Maybe we can have like 50% and 50%. Alright, so the editor appeared again. It was under the map, that was the problem. Yeah, we can remove the activity title here because I don't need it. The string, and then so why? Okay. I need to divide this into two columns, so we're going to wrap this into a div, which takes the input and the date picker, and then we have the other column, which is the map. So now the map should be on the right side. Perfect. According to our design here, we kind of want this to be a lot bigger than it is now in terms of wide. So since we defined the rows into here, it was add activity max width 300 pixels, but it can be much larger. So we are adding this. Where am I adding this? Okay, in the app.css. Let's remove this. Let's also remove the flex layout details. I'm also going to remove everything in here which I don't use anymore. The only thing is the button, and so slowly I'm removing everything from the CSS and moving everything into Emotion, our CSS in JS library. And here we're going to add CSS. Okay. Let me see if this works. Okay, cool. So now I remove the max width property and everything is 100%, taking 100% of the page in terms of width. And so let me add this property here. Max width is 1200. Okay, and margin 0 auto is going to center everything into the form. Perfect. So let me add some padding top here. Then, but first, let me change into the app.js. I'm going to change the default state, which is add activity. Otherwise, I always need to press the plus button. So I added the add activity state here as the default because I don't want to click the plus button every time I reload the page. So here we have our application. So let's make the input bigger. So here we have our CSS. And to make this bigger, I'm going to use padding is 20 pixels. Then I want to make this 200 pixels wide input, maybe 400. Okay, then the map is going to be, I think that this is centered. We have text align center into div.app. Text align center. Because it's written here in the app.css. So I'm going to remove this, and probably this will affect other places in the application, but we will add it later to the emotion CSS. The nice thing about emotion CSS is that CSS does not leak, does not cascade to every other element. So, okay, I think I need to make this smaller, like 1000 pixels. Okay, so the map is there. We don't need to have the map name here. We can see that it's a map, right? So I'm removing this, and I'm also making the map like width is 100% and height is like 200 pixels. So it's going to fill its little part of the grid, and it's also going to be a little bit smaller in height. Okay, so let's go back to the detail here, and so okay, to the add activity, we have the form there. The input element is going to have font size 2rem. So we actually have a bigger font. Okay, so went on the mountain. It's pretty cool. And I also want to have like a placeholder, which is enter the activity name. Okay, so we can see the placeholder when there is nothing in the input, things I did. Then I want the date to be bigger here. So what I will do is let me see if I can add the CSS here. No, not to the map picker, sorry, to the date picker. To the date picker. Let's try. No, it's not working. So I need to find a way to pass CSS to the date picker component. And the date picker component actually, I think I can do this here. Let me see. CSS equals CSS font size, Chorem. Let's see. No, it's not working. So datetime picker. So material UI picker. Let me go to the docs. Guides. CSS overrides. Okay. So it's a bit more complex than I wanted it to be, and I think I will do this in another episode. Right now we are keeping the font pretty small, but I think it's still doable. So I want to align this with the map, but I think I will just make the map smaller. Here we have the map picker, maybe 170 pixel. Maybe. So what I can do here is I can add a margin button. Actually, I'm going to say CSS equals margin top is 40 pixels. Let's see. Is it working? No, it's not working. Display block. No. Let me move this into the map picker component. No, wide map. Date picker. Oh, right. We can define margin top here. Okay, so I need probably 20 pixels, 25. Yeah, I think it looks good. And then we have the description, finally. So the description here, I can remove the title because I don't need it. And we can set on React Quill. On React Quill, I can probably set the height of the editor, size, some let me see. Theme. Oh, so we have like, we can use themes to define like if we want like one of these three styles. I think that right now we are using this style here, which is pretty cool. I just want to set the height of the editor. So how do I pass the height? So this is not. Okay, here we pass the values. I can probably add the CSS here. Let me see. This is my dog again. Height is 500 pixels. No. So I need to figure this out. So I want to do something before working on the editor, which I think I will leave for the next lesson because we already did a lot of things, and I'm going to move the button above everything. So to move the button, to save the activity, I'm going to move it here before everything else into its own div, which will probably hold another button like to go back. Alright, and I'm going to add a new row here. Okay, so we have the new row, which I think it can be 80 pixels. Maybe this needs less padding. Okay, I move the button to the right, so I can probably say float right. Okay, then I'm going to add a little margin top, 40 pixels, 20 pixels maybe. Alright, so we have the save activity button here. We enter the activity name, we choose the date, we choose the place, we enter the description. I want to have the editor much bigger. Like, I also want to start before, let me see here. I can remove this row, which was the one that hosted the button. I can make this row smaller. We have the editor near everything else, and then as soon as I figure out how to make this bigger, it will be much better, and I think that in the next video we will make that. So let me open Trello here, because so let me go into Trello, and I'm going to, so I did the better design for the form, but I still need to finish that. I'm going to add a few other cards. One is make the editor display properly. Then I want to think about images, and if I can add them in the editor, it's better, maybe. Or maybe we can find a place for the images. Maybe we can do that. I mean, not having the images in the editor HTML, I think it's better, because I can play with the presentation. So I'm just going to say make space for image picker, and then we'll figure out. So then I'm going to what I need to do is, if you remember, we are now printing the HTML from the editor. I want to sanitize HTML generated and display it in the page. And I also need to check if removing the text center in the CSS cause problems, and fix them. Okay, so I'm going to move all of these things to the top. All right, So we can wrap this video here, and I'll see you in the next one. In the last video we worked on the activity form. Here it is. We have the title, the map, the date, and we have the editor for the description. And I moved the save activity button on the top right. In this video, what I want to do is, first I want to make the editor bigger, because right now it defaults to take the content it holds and expands its height based on that. So for example, if now I start typing things, as you can see, the editor grows in height. And what I want to do is I want to set a minimum height. And I researched a bit, and I found that I need to add a min height property to the QL editor class. So basically, I tried to do this in the previous video, but I was doing it in the wrong way. So I need to go in the editor, and in my app.css file, I'm going to add this class here, QL editor, and then I pass the minimum height, which is set to like 500 pixels. Not sure if I need important, let's see. So the class is correct. Now I can reload the page, and as you can see, we have the editor with a good default. So let me actually make this 300 pixels because 500 is too big. Okay, fine. So if we now write things, the editor expands. Cool. So I can already move this to first to doing and then to done. Then the design for the form is completed. I can archive this. Now let me work on this thing here. I need to sanitize the HTML generated by the editor, because as you can see, if now, for example, I can save this activity and I press save. So let me make the default state activities. Okay, here we have the activities, and as you can see here, I have the editor, the HTML generated by the editor, and this is not sanitized in any way. So for example, a malicious user could add a script tag in here with some JavaScript, and right, in this case our application is a single user application basically. So all the activities you enter, only you can access them. So for example, another user can never access your activities, the things you enter. So even if you add malicious code, it's going to be executed by yourself. So but we still need to take care of this and disallow any kind of malicious activity. So the thing I want to do is, and I researched a bit on the topic, and I saw that so we need to do basically two things. One is I want to sanitize the input before I write it to IndexedDB, and later on also to the database when we are going to add the GraphQL part in the next videos. And I also want to sanitize when I move back from IndexedDB, just in case. So I found these two libraries which work in the browser. One is JS, XSS, the other is DOM Purify. To me they are mostly equivalent, so there is no real difference between them. I'm going with JS XSS. So it has a nice website. So as you can see here, they say npm install xss -- save, and if you're not aware of this, let me just give you the news. You don't need to add save anymore, it's the default. I think people still reference this either because they don't know it or because for compatibility with older npm releases, but you should always use the latest version. So let me go here instead of, so let me go here, I'm going to install XSS. Now I can require XSS here, import XSS from XSS. So now I can say add activity. Before starting the activity, I want to say that sanitized description equals XSS description. I also want to do this for the title, right? Also the title is something we need to sanitize. So sanitize title. Cool. So sanitize description and sanitize title. So this things works in this way. It removes all the tags that are not whitelisted, and we need to configure. So I want to figure out where I can configure the tags that are allowed. So we can do that using this second argument to XSS, which is called options. It's an object, and yeah, I don't know what's the default whitelist. So since I don't know, I can I can add this object here, and so first thing I want to test this library. We have an online playground. So by default, it seems like every tag that is not one of the, for example, script is going to be encoded. It's going to remove the attributes from the tags, which is something cool. Okay, so I really want to figure out what is the default. Alright, so we can... So now that I added this into the add activity function here, we know that any HTML passed in the title and description is going to be sanitized, and yeah. So what I can do now is I want to sanitize it before adding into. So when JSX. So let me see. Okay, so it seems like I was searching how to render to add HTML into a React component, because React automatically escapes everything for us, and this is the reason why here in the application we have the HTML printed out and not interpreted. So by default, this is a good behavior of React. And what I want to do now, so I searched a bit on the React website and I found this attribute, which is this prop, which is dangerously set inner HTML. And as the name implies, we have all the responsibility on our shoulders now, because we are dangerously setting the HTML that React renders. But since we already sanitized it before adding it to the database, I mean, it's already sanitized. And we are also going to sanitize it a second time. So now let me go here in the application. So I want the activity detail view here where we set the description. I'm going to set the dangerously set inner HTML equals this thing here, and let me see if this already works. Seems like we have an error. An error occurred. Oh, right. I saw this in the docs, but so I need to use we need to pass an object with the HTML key to remind yourself that it's dangerous. So okay, instead of passing the description, we need to pass an object with the HTML property here with the double underscores. So it's an object, so we need double parentheses. Let me try this. Okay, it's working, and cool, it's working. And now what I can do is I can sanitize it a second time now. So I'm going to just copy the thing here, activity detail. So I'm not going to do this for the title because the title is printed out escaped automatically, because you're not expected to add HTML into the title, right? So if you do, you're going to see the title with the HTML encoded, so it will appear in the browser. But for the description, I need to interpret the description, and we can't work without this. Otherwise, we will just see like plain text. But I want you to be able to add links and lists, these sort of things, make the text bold and italic. So I will probably check out later if I need to like limit the tags allowed. I still don't know which one are allowed by default. So I added this, I wrapped this in the XSS function, which we imported from the XSS library, and yeah, works great. So cool. One thing I should do now is I can add some CSS into the p tag here. Well, actually, I'm going to make this a div and not a p tag. I'm going to set the CSS for this. I mainly want a padding left, and then let me see. Okay. So in this activity we didn't set the location, and we don't have the map. This is something I need to fix. So I'm going to add this to Trello. Fix when not editing the location. There should be a default location, and it should be the current location from the geolocation API. So these two things are related. Okay, so we did it, and then we can go on, and I need to check if. So in the previous lesson, I removed the text align center in app.css, and I need to, which was a global style. I need to figure out if something is broken, but seems like it's not. The only thing I need to check is the home page, which it's been a while since I've not used that. So let me go here to the home page. Okay, we only have the button a little bit off. Let me take this chance to move all those styles here, which you can see, into Emotion, the CSS library we are now using. So I remove them from here. I'm going to add those things in a comment, and so I want to import Emotion, which we need to do using this syntax. I can remove this import React because it's only needed to use JSX, but we're going to use this special JSX object from Emotion, which allows us to use the CSS property with the CSS template literal. Okay, here we have the class name homepage, which I just added in order to add this style. So I can remove this, and I can move the CSS in here. I can do the same for every other thing. So the button is this one, CSS equals CSS, Okay. Then I want to add the styling for a paragraph, which is this paragraph here. Okay, then I have the on-page logo class, which is here. I can remove the class because it was only added for targeting CSS, targeting it using CSS. So I'm adding this style. Okay. So the container in the home page, I need to set that it's a grid. Which has 2 columns. And then I need to, the only style I need is on the image on the left part of the page, which is this one. CSS equals CSS. Okay, I can remove all the class names, which I don't need anymore. Class name, we only have one left, which is this one. Okay, I think this is better than having a big... So in the app.css file, we leave these styles which are global for the application. And let me figure out, okay, I just need to, so now to edit the button placement, I can just go here and I'm going to say margin left 30 pixels. This is going to be updated, as you can see. So maybe I can say padding left 50 and padding top 20. No. Alright, the padding is padding for the button. So I need to leave the padding, otherwise we don't have the space around the characters. Okay. It's working fine. Cool. The last thing I want to do here is I want to go I want to set the default state back to activities here, and when I at the plus button I want to be able to change the idea, right? I want to be able to go back to the activities. So to do this I want to have a back button here on the top. I'm going to duplicate this. This is going to be a back button, and it's going to be float left, and the background color is like gray. The color is black. Let me see. Maybe like the gray. Yes, I also want this to have like an emoji with the arrow. Okay, cool. So when I press the button, right now it saves the activity, and because I left the add activity, oh, yes, Lint is complaining about the emoji. I was trying to do this on click. Let me figure this out later. So on click, instead of adding the activity, I want to go back. And also what I need to do is I want to I'm going to add to Trello, before adding an activity, it must at least have a title, right? So here on click, I call the back to activities button, dog, back to activities function, which we define here, back to activities equals what should this do is we have the set screen prop passed to the component, so we can say set screen activities without storing anything. So actually, since this is a one-liner, I can make this function in line here. So I'm just adding an arrow function with set screen. I can keep this on the same line. So now if I press back and I reload, there is no additional activity and we're back to the activities. Cool. So this actually works only if if we are coming here from this plus button, because if you remember before, I was on the home page and I pressed like start and the form to add a new activity appeared, and I don't want people to be able to go back. I want them to take action and save the activity so they can immediately start using the application. And also the way we built this button here now, we're going to move them to the activities view, which has nothing in it, and this is just bad. So I only want to show this button if we have a prop like is plus button, like coming from activities. This is a prop which we are going to add, where we call the add activity component. This is interesting because, right, we are not calling so I want to do this differently. I want to do this differently because I was assuming like I could add a prop depending on where I am calling this, but actually I'm changing the screen property in the app component to determine which screen I should show. And maybe I should change this system, but for the meantime I'm going to add a second screen, which is add activity from home page, and right here I can add the prop. So let's restore this prop. Is plus button start activity is coming from activities, sorry, coming from activities list, oh well, coming from home page, so we can exclude that. Coming from home page, we have this prop coming from home page. So add activity, let's see where we set the screen. Add activity in the home page, we set the screen to add activity from home page. All right, so now I can go here. If coming from home page, if I'm coming from the home page, I should not show this. So let me figure. Coming from home page, if I'm coming from home page, we are printing nothing. Otherwise, we are adding this button here. and I can wrap this into this nice conditional. Going back here, so we have the back button, and if I am in the home page, we can check by changing the default state home page, and I press start. I don't see the back button, so we did it. So I can restore the activities list now as the default, and yeah, we're good to go. So I can go into Trello and I can move this. Well, this was fine. Add the back button is what we did now, and I can move this to done. Okay, we're fine, and that's it for this video. In the last video we did the following things I have in this list. We added a back button to the activity form. I checked the side effects of removing the text align center from the CSS, and I revisited the CSS file and moved all the on-page CSS into the homepage component. Then I sanitized the HTML generated in the activity description in the editor, and then I made the editor display properly. So let me move everything to the down column. So today in this video I want to do a couple of things. First, I want to fix this error which I got when I added an emoji into the application. I think this can be a rather common thing. So let's fix this. So fix emoji error. Now the error tells me it's in the add activity component. So the error is in the add activity component, and here we got it. Yes. So the nice thing is that VS Code automatically tells me there is a problem. Emojis should be wrapped in span and have role image img and have an accessible description with ARIA label. So the emoji is here, and so I'm going to add a span element. So the span also has a closing tag. Now, as you can see, I can see the. Let me make this bigger. I can see the emoji here. I see this, but if I press, like I'm pressing the arrow key 2 times to go through this icon. For example, I'm pressing 2 times because this is an emoji. Basically, is interpreted as just two characters. It's an Unicode character that takes the space of 2 characters. So I go here and I close the span element. Then I need to make, like here, I need to have role image, role equals image, and also I need an ARIA label. ARIA label. So ARIA label, the ARIA label attribute, well, HTML attribute is used to define a string that labels the current element. Use it in cases where a text label is not visible on the screen. So let's call it arrow left. I describe what the image is. So yeah, we don't have the error anymore. So this point is solved, and I want to point out that having an accessible site is very important, and I don't think I am able to cover this topic in this course because we have too many things to do just to make the app work. So I hope to be able to do it. And it's also a topic I need to write on my blog very soon. So let's go back to Trello, and I'm going to move this to the done column. Sorry. So today I want to do this. Okay, automatically reload activities when I add a new one. Let me move this into the did in last video, did in the current video column. Okay, automatically reload activities when I add a new one. If you noticed in the previous videos, sometimes I add a new activity, and as soon as I press save, I go back to the activities list, but I don't see the activity I just added. And this is a problem because basically I'm storing the activity into IndexedDB, and then I'm not reloading the activities from IndexedDB. So what I must do is this. I go into add activity to the add activity component. We have this add activity function, which I call when I press the save activity button. So add activity basically sanitizes the description and title. We did this in the last video, and then we store the activity into the into IndexedDB, and then we set the screen back to activities. I think I should call a reload activities function, which we must pass from the parent component. So I'm going to add it to the props of add activity, and then this is in the app component. So here we pass the reload activities function, which no, sorry, it was here, the add activity component. We pass the reload activities function, which now is underlined in red because I didn't define it. So now let's go up here, and yes, basically what I want to do is I want to do this. I want to do const activities equals, it's an async function that is going to replicate basically what we have in this use effect call. So here we run this when the application is started, and let me wrap this logic in here. So reload activities is going to call get activities, which is this function that gets the activities from IndexedDB and sorts them, and then sets them as the current set of the activities. So the React component that lists them, which is the activities list component, is going to automatically re-render with a new list. So what I want to do is, since I have this logic here, I'm going to call reload activities here. Okay, so yes, and we have a problem here because I'm calling set activities, but this is defined in the as a hook in the component, so I need to use this, need to define this here. So reload activities is defined here, and we have no problem because we have no problem because this is the only place where we are using this. All right. So this is still red. Why? Oh, sorry, I forgot the equal sign. Okay, now I save, I go back to the application, and let me, well, this is already working because we are calling this when the application starts and the component renders. But let me try adding a new activity. So test activity, add this July the 2nd, and hey, this is the content. I set the location to here and I save the activity. So I should see, this is interesting. This is interesting. We have an error. So we have an error. The activities. In the activities database IndexedDB, we have, this is the activity we just added right now. It's a test activity. Oh, right. So I'm storing, instead of storing title and description, due to the changes I did in the past video, we are storing sanitize title and sanitize description, which is not something I want to do. So let me search for sanitize title. I think I should say title, sanitize title, and description is sanitize description. So if I don't add, so this is an object, and if I don't add the key for the object, the key is the name of the property itself. Yeah, so let me now go here and say testing again, hey, and then choose a location and save the activity, and here we have, okay, here we are. So this is working, automatically reload activities when we add a new one, but I also fixed an error. So fix error in sanitized properties. Okay, so now we have these activities that are corrupted, basically. They are not complete, and first I can't edit them, and I can't also delete them. And this is something I want to add to my list of things to do, and add the ability to edit an activity. This is something we want to do, and also add the ability to delete an activity. And I think the first is, well, this ability to delete an activity is the simplest thing we can do now to make our list look better. So I'm going to do it now, and I think I'm going to reuse these buttons up here, which are nice to see. So one thing that you might have noticed is that I'm trying to navigate the application, like I go here and I'm pressing the back button and I go back to the initial page of the browser. This is because I'm not using like URLs. For example, if I'm opening this activity, which has an ID of 6 in the IndexedDB database, I should see like a URL, something like this, activity 1 or 6, sorry, activities -6, the ID of the activity. If I press back, I should go back to, for example, this, which is the list of activities, or to the /activities URL. And this is calling routing, and this is something I'm going to add also. Add routing, probably using the viewRouter library. So we are starting without any library, but as we go along and we notice that things are not working as we expect, we are going to add things. So this is one of the things we're going to add very soon. So right now I'm going to add a delete button to these activities. So so two things: add the ability to delete an activity, and also I want to do something else, which is, yes, this. Before adding an activity, it must at least have a title. So we fix this problem of not having a title, which is bad. So let me go. This is the thing we're going to do now. So to delete an activity, first I want to add a button, and we have the buttons in here in the add activity component, and I'm also going to add them to the activity detail component. So this is the one. Let me see here. We have two div elements. So one contains the description, which is the bottom one, and one contains the header. And I want to, well, I can add this to the header. I'm going to add a button here, edit activity. No, actually, delete activity. It's going to be delete activity on click. And this button here is the, I'm going to remove that. So I added this div, but I'm going to, sorry, I don't remember. Okay, this is the div for the button, and I think I can close the above div, which wraps the whole header. So we should have a header bar on top that wraps any button we are going to add, and we are going to have two buttons basically. So I'm going to remove this thing. We have, this is a grid because, okay, this was setting the grid in the other component. I'm going to remove all the CSS here. Sorry. Okay. Let me see without any CSS how this looks. Okay, delete activity is not defined. Right. Let me add an empty function here just to test this out. Okay, we have the button here, but the layout is completely gone. So let me see why. Removing all the CSS. The layout is still completely gone. So why? Okay, template columns, we should have, like this defines the columns, and I should have a grid on top. So I should have a grid on top of this. Let me see if I can get by with adding the div here. So I'm not inside this new grid that I'm making in this other div. Let me see. Kinda works, but it's not. Maybe if I say width is 100%. No. So yeah, this is because I'm floating to the right. I should just use grid area main. So the thing that, okay, let me add a div here that wraps everything. So let me use this div here to wrap everything inside it. So I can make a new grid. It's kind of confusing, but let me... Okay, so we now have this div that contains the buttons, and then here I add... Let me make this... Let me make this more... I want to make this more like indented, correctly indented, so I can have a clear idea of what this thing is doing. Okay, the div is here. This div is wrapping everything in there. Okay, and we have the first div, which is the activity, the delete activity button. So basically here I'm going to make display grid, and I want to add the grid template rows. It's like I'm going to copy this from the activity form, which was setting this to 80 pixels. 80 pixels for the button, and then auto, which just says use whatever it takes. Okay, it's working. It's kind of working because no, it's working like we had before. And then I just want to make the button a little bit less to the right. And to do this, I'm going to make max width 1000 pixels. Let me see. Maybe less. Okay, kinda working. So I think that this is not. This is probably one side effect of me removing the text align center in the global CSS file. So let me. This is the date, activity date component. The activity date component is this one. I'm going to say text align center. Let me see. Okay, kind of works, but maybe right is better. Okay, I like it better, but we're going to make this look more beautiful once we are finished with everything. So delete activity is a button, and I want to make this button red, like so the background color, let me see. So the way I use try out colors is by going here into the DevTools, and then I can like pick a color and try to alter this into being more or less reds. This looks nice. We can copy the X value, the hexadecimal value here, and I'm going to paste this. So now if I close this, I see the red button. So I don't know if it's like in a place that it's too evident, or we can move this to the bottom, because deleting an activity is not something we're going to do very often, right? So let's skip this for now. So I'm going to delete an activity. Hey, let me try this alert to see if this works. It works. Now I just need to figure out how to delete an activity from IndexedDB, and then I'm going to call reload activities, and I'm also going to, like, this screen is going to disappear because we are deleting this activity, and we are going to have a default screen for when, like, you have this URL, which we don't have URLs right now, but imagine we are opening the application and we see the list of activities, and maybe we can show the last one in the details, or maybe we can show nothing and like some kind of words that say select an activity, or maybe we can show a dashboard. Dashboard is something I never thought about. Could be a good idea. Let me add this to the to-do. Explore dashboard idea. So as we are building an application, we get ideas. This is why you should just start sometimes. Okay. So delete an activity. How do we delete an activity? Let's start with the basics. So first I'm going to say delete activity. So we are going to call the delete activity, yeah, we don't need an invocation here, otherwise every time we load the page, I think we are going to invoke the method. So we are delegating this to the delete activity method. So we know which activity this is from the current activity object. So let me console.log current activity. So I go to the inspector in the console, and I'm opening activity and I press delete. We get an object which has the title, the location, description, date, time, but we don't have the ID. So this is a problem, because how can we delete an activity if we don't know how we can like reference this into our database? So right now we are using IndexedDB. This will probably be different when we are going to add GraphQL, but well, in the details, but we will always need to have an ID, otherwise we don't know how to say delete this activity in particular. So the ID is something we get in the key here. So before I said like activities.6, but actually this specific activity will be activity.13 because this is the key of the activity. So let me just go into the app component. This is where we get the list of activities, and we get them from get activities. So get activities is this function here, which gets the activities from init activities. So let's go to init activities. Init activities gets them from the IndexedDB API. So we are going to do get all, and then we just return them. So we don't have the ability to get the key value thing. Well, actually no. So let me see here. I can say console.log activities. So when I reload the application, activity is a promise. So let me actually console.log them here. Here we have our array. So the array has, so the index here is not the index we have, the key we have in IndexedDB. So how can we solve this? We can see get all keys. So let me see, get all keys. Get all keys. Get all keys. So if I call get all keys here, what do we get? We get the keys. So we can either get the values or the keys. So I'm also thinking that as soon as we add GraphQL, the keys in IndexedDB won't match the keys in the backend. So we will need some way of merging them when we're going to use the application locally without an internet connection, and then we go and sync the activities to the database. All things we still need to do, but things we are going to do. So basically now what I can do is just use the index we get from the activities. So I can say here, I can iterate the activities, and let's say activities dot for each, and we get a callback function that gets a value, an index. So we can say value index. Actually, I can call this activity index, and I can say activity.id equals index. So yeah, I can console log the activities now, and I should get the array with the ID. So I'm doing I'm doing like a dumb error here, because like see the first activity here, which is called testing again. No, actually it's correct. So 6 5 4 3 2 1. Okay, so the order here does not match. The ID here does not match the ID in the specific array here, but it matches the ID we get from IndexedDB. Because this is working correctly, right? So if I say, for example, now I can go to the activity details component, we get the delete activity. So if I want to delete the activity here, testing again, which is number 6 in IndexedDB, let me say alert, we are going to get 6, because we are really going to delete this activity number 6. Okay, so now what I can do is I can call delete activity current activity.id. I'm also going to call this, I'm going to call the so into add activity I called reload activities, okay, and set screen activities. So this is probably the same thing you are going to call here. So reload activities and then set screen activities. But we don't have access to those functions here because we need to pass them as props. So reload activities and then set screen. All right. So delete activity. Okay. We need to define this into the, so where is this activity detail component used in activities.js. Okay, here we need to implement the delete activity function, which we are going to call delete activity, which we are going to get from the app component. So we're going to implement this soon. So the other thing we need to do is we need to add the set screen and reload activities props here. So set screen and reload activities. Set screen is this one, and reload activities is this one. And we don't have access to this yet, so we need to pass it. Okay, we need to pass this from the app component. So let me go in app and into the activities component here. Right here, we need to pass. So we need to pass delete activities and reload activities. Delete activities. Delete activity is this. Reload activities is this. We already have reload activities defined, but we don't have delete activity. So let's do it. Here I'm going to, okay, here at the bottom of everything, I'm going to say const delete activity equals, so we're going to pass an activity ID. So we're going to pass an ID, and the this will delete activity. So how do we delete? Well, first let me do one thing. I'm going to go in the activity detail component. Okay, we are passing the ID. Perfect. So let's go back to the app component, and we can now figure out how to delete an activity. And in my IndexedDB guide, let's search how to delete data into an object store. Okay, this is the code we need. So I'm going to see, well, first I need to, this is an async function because we are going to use the await keyword. So db, we get db from this function. Well, I'm copying the code from this function here. So alright, the key is the thing I call ID here is the key. So let me call this key, and then the store name is activities. Okay, so I think that this should be working already. Let me go here and try to delete this activity. Okay, so range error, maximum call stack size exceeded. We have an infinite loop, I think, because delete activity is calling delete activity. I'm dumb. So I'm dumb because here in the activity detail component, I'm calling the delete activity function, which is this function, right? So this should be, delete activities should be a function that we get in the props. And so I leave this as is, and I'm going to change this delete activity handler. So in the button here, I'm going to say delete activity handler. Okay, let me see. We go here, delete activity, nothing happens. Let me go in the console, no errors. In the IndexedDB database, nothing happened. Are we sure? Let me try to reload the activities. No. So let me try to delete this one. Delete activity. Nothing happens. Why? So first I want to go into, well, how do we debug this? I'm going into the delete activity function in the app component. Let's first see if we are reaching this code. So I'm just adding an alert. So we got the number back, so we are reaching this point. Let me see if we get the key. So go back here, delete activity number 5. So this code is not working. Why not? Delete activity. Delete activity. We are passing delete activity. This is strange because, like, we open the store and then we call delete. Oh, right. Okay, so if you remember before, I was doing, when I was talking about the ID and the key, I said, like, we can use this number here, which is just the order, actually. And we can use this instead of the key, which is something I used to simplify the code here. But we can't do this because here in delete activity, I'm saying delete by key, right? And I'm passing the key number from 0 to 6, and we have 0 activities with the second column from 0 to 6, and this is why I don't see any like effect. So I need to do, what I need to do here is I need to say keys is init keys. This is another method I need to add. I say init keys, get all keys, and then I'm going to merge these two results. So activities is this, keys is this, and this is going to be, so we have the index. What I can say here, activity.key equals keys index. So let me, first I need to go where I use the activity.id property, which I think I'm only using this in activity detail. Let me see here. I'm going to pass the key. I'm not using the ID anywhere else. Okay. So first I'm going to, before testing this, I'm going to say console.log activities and see if we get the right keys. Activities. So I go to the console. We already have this code running because it's just okay, it should be working. So the activity testing again is key 13. Testing again is this one, key 13. So right now I can remove this console log and I should be able to call delete and the activity is gone. I reload the page, the activity is gone. I can remove this. Okay, the other thing I want to do, but we are running short of time and I'm going to do this in the next video, is I want to, after I delete an activity, as you can see, I'm still watching the previous activity. So what I want to do is like show an empty screen, an empty state screen when I delete an activity. Okay, this is something I want to do next, so let's move this to the top. And yeah, add routing is another thing I want to do as soon as possible. Cool. So add the ability to delete an activity is something I did. And then before adding an activity, it must at least have a title. Let's do this in the next lesson, so I'm going to move this to the top. All right. Cool. So let's see you in the next video.